everybody? Welcome back to Wampleville. Kind of a mini Saturday challenge here on a Friday, because yep, it is still Friday here, at least for a little whiles. We've got to paint a whole big batch of pikemen, either armored wolf. So actually, number two, this the second one of these is almost done. Like I was telling you, I thought I'd print up maybe four or five, well, at least four of these, right, for us. But might paint one or two more just in case. This is obviously nowhere near as gigantic as the other one, but it's still bigger than the resin print, and I can do these faster because this only takes 6-ish hours, maybe 7 hours here. Whereas the resin thing, also too very unstable there. This would take at least 11 to 12 hours, and it would probably you never know if you get errors, right, Armored Wolf? So yeah, I think that was the way to go. The way to go here is we've got our blue primer, dark blue primer on these guys. Uh, some of these guys were literally gold. You can see the gold underneath there, which is kind of an interesting little effect. Now, what I'm gonna do is try and keep some of these aside so that we can start some new ones later on. But I'm also going to set some of these aside as we move along so people can kind of get a chance to see different phases of this. Because that's like our old-fashioned Saturday challenges, right, Armored Wolf? Like back in the old days. Back in the old days. Hey there, Ryan. How you doing? So great to see you, Ryan. Ryan, I'm just glad that you're getting to do some painting again, Ryan. Well, and of course, it's going to take a while to scroll up there, but we're slowly starting to. Wow, I actually think I scrolled too far. Yes, I did. Oh, that's right, because I was looking for something else. There we go. So now we've got something a little bit different here than what we had before. So yeah, this was super fun here, and again, I'll eventually keep going through these here. It's not quite what I was looking for, right? Because the book was supposed to be open. It basically just took the cover off. But it kind of kind of fits here. I'll try and do them. Can always try and do them again. Oh, and also too, this is what we're trying to match right here. So there's a nice little thing, and you can see again. There's our buildings, and of course, this was our other little animation that we did right here, which was again based on the one guy. You can see him. Whoops, I want the arm. There we go. You can see him right there in the front with the shield. So yeah, that was super fun. Nice to see you there, Nurgle Matthew. And Ryan, later on, right, when there's more folks in the chat, of course, if you want to share anything, please go ahead and do that, of course. Yeah, we are just doing some real generic type stuff right here. Again, darker primer, dark blue, not black. You can see that's the blue primer right there. The reason why it's lighter is because the base was, well, that it's this type of basing right here with the Sculpey. So happy Friday there, Nurgle Matthew. So Ryan, actually, well, today I did the forced march over to the post office. It's a tiny one, but at least it's an actual post office, and they took the boxes. The irony is that as I was walking there, yes, there was a train. And I mean, it's an infamous. My entire life, we've been bemoaning that the trains that stop us there all the time. That was the first time I'd ever been stopped on foot, I believe, by that train. So, first time for everything. So, again, we got a little bit of our violet here, radiant, well, not radiant, radiant violet, and a little bit of the not brown ochre, brown ochre. Now, tomorrow, what I'm hoping to do is be able to blast through all of these. I think I got, well, at least a dozen of them. And then we got 4 cav tomorrow. Also, I've got some Some heroes on foot. Now, I might be able to get more of these. Actually, I prepped 22 figures in total. It depends on how fast we can blow through these. Then maybe we start to get into some of the other ones too. So again, you can see how we're just kind of creating a quick little value something here. No Zenithal, right? Because we want this to be active. We want to be able to do stuff with this. And we will be doing our little bit of a secondary glazing method soon enough. Soon enough. Now these were converted. Some of these are clearly looks like undead spears. I think a couple of them were even lizard man weapons. So these were basically gifted to me, along with dozens of other Lord of the Rings figures. And by dozens, I mean potentially like 100 and something miniatures. Nice to see you there, Juno. Happy Friday, Juno. Hope that your day was spectacular. I guess Ryan, let's see. Is the, I don't want to say fight or flight response, but some of the, just that kind of anxiousness of, okay, I've been up all day, most of the night, but is something else weird going to happen? So I'm hoping, Ryan, that there's a little bit of tranquility that's setting in now. It's been long enough that some of the, oh, what was that? Some of the adrenaline has run off. That's it. That's the word I'm looking for. Because sometimes that's all you got, right? Right, Ryan? When you're just like, okay, yes, I've been up forever, but all this stuff still has to get done. So you just do it. And you just say, well, sleep can wait till, I don't know, some other lifetime. So hopefully, and it can take a little while to get out of that. I mean, because when you're in that kind of up tempo situation for so long, you just get used. You're just always in up tempo. You're in go mode all the time, and trying to ease down from that. Not the easiest. So again, what I want to do is I'm going to do all of these with our later stuff. I got at least 2 or 3 sitting over there that are primed, ready to go. Some of these, I'm going to take like 2 or 3 of these and set them aside. So again, that later on maybe people can see the glazy stuff again, instead of being like, oh, sorry, you missed it. And it might be a while before the video goes up on. That's the thing, is that it could be a long time before the highlights go up. Nice to see you there, Sector X. So hopefully things have just kind of taken a little step back there, Sector X, and things are kind of holding as we would like them to. So Sector X, lots of there's definitely been some breakthroughs. Now, usually, right, Sector X breakthroughs lead to you cracking your skull on the next wall because you got through the first one or the second or third, but now there are several more walls to get through. So I think again, and even now, what's it? I don't know if you've ever used Suno, Sector X. So yeah, Sector X, if you've ever used Suno, that is by itself not so sure. Again, I don't have the paid version of it, but I think in concert with Skyreels and such, there is potential there, because Skyreels, it will create lyrics and choruses and all that, but you never get the words. Whereas Suno actually does, it creates the words and you have the words. So now you can take those and bring those into other situations. I know ChatGPT will do that, but ChatGPT can't create the music. Suno will give you the words, and then you can also create the music there. Ironically enough, the free version of it in simple mode works with 200 characters, just like Skyreels, which means I can take the Skyreels tunes over to Suno and then adjust them. So there is much more to come. Much more to come. So you can see the crazy gold underneath there. Nice to see you again, Sea Dragon. Thanks for joining us. Appreciate that, Sea Dragon. Happy Friday, of course. More here. Oh, yeah, let's keep going with this. And this will be the last one. Then we're going to set these aside, a couple of them. I think we'll set aside two, either one or two, maybe two, because what I want to be able to do is later on, again, go back, grab a few of these, and then say, okay, here is what we did in this early stage or this mid stage or whatever's. And that's how we used to do the old Saturday challenges. Nice to see you again, Dark Horse. Appreciate you being here too, of course. Now we'll just set a couple of these guys aside. Fine, we'll just take you two. You're going to go off to the side here. Fine, I'll set you over there. So again, here is... Where's this dude? Oh, there he is. So again, this is kind of our little freehand that we like to... Oh, this is what I wanted. So yeah, there we go. That's the extra little freehand we want to add to our shields now. And you can see there's some of that freehand over there. And of course, again, here is just another little look-see at some of the Easterlings. There's some of our buildings again. And there's our fabulous symbol. That's what was on the Dragon Emperor's base. Here, let's grab the Dragon Emperor. It's a little bit difficult to see, but I think you'll be able to see it here. There you go. So that is literally pulled directly from the Dragon Emperor's base and then turned into an animation there. Just like this guy here was turned into that. So here we'll cycle on back here. Whoops, wrong one. So that was this guy right there. I'm going to make this lighter now, like you do. And then again, we're going to hit this with some glazy type things, like we do. Then we'll go with our midtones, like we do. Spoiler alert, yes. Spoilers. Hey there, Thranual. Nice to see you there, Thranual, and thank you so much, Grey Wolf. Appreciate that. Oh, look at this. It's still going to be cold. That is 4 years worth, Grey Wolf. Look at that. Right? 4 years worth. Thanks, Grey Wolf. 4 years to the month. So appreciate that, Grey Wolf. So Grey Wolf, I think I've sent you a bunch of the stuff. So hopefully you've been able to peruse that. Actually, Grey Wolf, have you been able to maybe get to painting some stuff? Now look at this. You can see the difference already just between those two. Nice to see you there, Amani. I hope that you're doing well. Happy Friday. Now, if you've got glue on those things, you could use rubbing alcohol, or you could even use this, because even this brush gun, again, it's for acrylic and for oils. This will actually get super glue out of brushes even. Don't ask me how I know that. A friend told me that. So not sure what you got on there. So Grey Wolf, the acceleration of the learning, it's again, like I was just saying to Sectorix, there was a plateau. Well, again, we got to the first plateau. There's many more plateaus yet to go. But we had to at least get to the first one, right, Grey Wolf? You can't get to the rest of them until you get to the first one. So So yeah, just like Juno was saying, you should just be able to scrape that stuff off unless it's melted on there. And if it's melted on there, that would be an unusual situation. I guess it's possible. I'm not quite sure what situations that would be in. I know it's warm in a lot of places, but I don't know if it's quite that warm. So yeah, Sector X, unfortunately, like I was saying last night on stream. Oh, speaking of which, check this out, Grey Wolf. This I did not send you because I forgot to take pictures of this for everybody. So that was what we painted last night. That was super fun. A little bit of BSG, of course, following up on Babylon 5. So yeah, Grey Wolf, that was really fun. It was as we said. It's welcome to the Panoline Galactica, Grey Wolf. That's what that ship is named now. Yes, the Panoline Galactica. I did not come up with that. I believe that was Camda came up with that. So yeah, so welcome aboard the Panoline Galactica. Thanks, Grey Wolf. Let me continue again this way. Just these six. What I started like I had 12 of these. No, I had 11 of them on these holders, and now all of a sudden we're down to six. Well, again, I'm trying to keep these at different stages so that people can kind of see, okay, what did it look like at stage one, stage two, stage three, of course. Here, the GW style of painting, of course, would be you have this, right? That's step two, and then step four is this. I mean, and you're like, whoa, there's a lot going on in step three. Juno, what do we call? Oh, bucko golems, right, Juno? Yeah, that's what we call those, is bucko golems. It seems like that sculpting craze is kind of receding. There's not as much now. That one, whatever that figure was, that mantic figure, that thing that had a whole bunch of buckles. So even if there was like 10 guys trying to put his clothes on him, it would take him a week. So he better have like some really good scouting or some good radar or something like that to know when he's going to need to wear that stuff, because it ain't getting on fast. There was a whole bunch of buckles on him. All right, there's that. So we already have ourselves a bit of a transition. Where's the guy that's got nothing on him? Oh, let me grab one of these here. There you go. So already, let me keep this thing over here. So it is now that time to grab some kind of a brush to do glazy things. And why don't we start with the blues or the golds? Blues or gold? Blues or gold? Well, let's do the blues. And how appropriately for the Easterlings that it should be Prussian blue. Yes, let's break out the Prussians here. Because reasons. There come the Prussians. Let me just make sure where we're supposed to be putting all this here. Okay, yeah, that's goes there. Grey Wolf, what was his miniature line? Freebooter, right? Wasn't it, Grey Wolf? I mean, love us some Werner clock. However, there might have been an excess of buckles. Just throwing that out there. There we are, and again, it's still kind of taking advantage. Oh, hey Ryan, why don't you post some of your stuff in the chat there? Now we got folks who are watching. Same thing there, Grey Wolf. If you want to share something in the chat, please go ahead. Some more blue here, like so. I think that's, yep, that is red. Everybody, please check out that link that Ryan just posted. Thanks for posting that, Ryan. Appreciate that. It doesn't have to be anything recent there, Grey Wolf. Actually, Juno, if you wanted to post anything in the chat, please go ahead. Yeah, sorry about that, Juno. I was like, wait a minute, there was something I was going to ask. Yeah, if you wanted to post anything you've been working on there, Juno, in the chat, please go ahead. Sorry. Yeah, I'm going to throw me a little bit of that down here. More of that blue. And you can see it's just a very, very simple, essentially almost like a pin line wash, which means it's going to be going all over the place. So you have to be ready for that. No problem there, Juno. I realized it's like, oh, I don't think I asked you. So sorry about that. I don't think it's been so long since I last painted these guys. I mean, it's been potentially upwards of years since I last painted any new Easterling stuff. Actually, seeing the old Easterling army, I realized, okay, I don't really have very many of these pikemen. So when these were all kind of bequeathed to me, I said, oh, okay. Now the next thing we're going to be doing actually will be the floors, because I got to get this blue chance to set here. It's otherwise anything else we put on there is just going to be rolling right into it. So Thranuel, it's a super early morning. Are you on your way to school/work there, Thranuel? Okay. And again, now these things, they could, who knows when they're ever going to dry because of all the cadmiums and cobalts that we used on there. And again, the lighter colors, it was not the alkyd colors. It was things like brilliant yellow pale. Again, love the brilliant yellow pale. It's fantastic stuff. Now that on that last one you just saw, that was Naples yellow. Oh yeah, that figure there was no white. There will be no white. It's the first specific. Now I have done other figures where there was no white. Believe it or not. This one that people say, oh, that's a black and white one. There was no white on this. That was brilliant yellow pale and Van Dyke brown. So boy, you're kind of on my schedule now, right, Thranuel? Let's see now, Ryan. Obviously it's a Friday, but I wasn't sure if you still kind of have to hit the hay early there. Now I'm hoping tomorrow to maybe do like a 9 something o'clock start. Now it kind of depends when I get off the line with Kathy's family there. So that 9 that might be a little bit too ambitious there. I was wondering about that, Ryan. Yeah, right. Well, that's why I did not try to do that myself here. And I just kind of just said, okay, we're just going to have to power through it here. So we are just throwing this bluesy stuff on here. Then again, we'll get to the marble. We'll get to the marble. That'll give this a chance to set. What was it? Yeah, there was 22 of these things that were, some of them, let's just say they were in a significant state of disrepair. Some of them, other ones, not so much. All Some of them again were primed gold, and some were partially painted. And when you saw the partially painted stuff, you understood why it was primed gold. Believe it or not, it was something that I was actually tempted to do in a video. Like, not just seeing that, it just reminded me. I said, "Oh, I gotta try. I gotta do that. I think that could be very interesting." Okay, well, Ryan, hopefully we can keep this mellow enough that it kind of it winds you down a little bit instead of getting you amped up. So just think about relaxing stuff there, Ryan. Now, I don't know if thinking about, future miniature projects there would actually kind of get the brain flowing and all of a sudden you'd be wide awake again. So I don't want to mention that. So again, I'm just trying to throw a little bit of this blue out here. Where is something that's got some marble on it? So we're gonna marbleize this. Oh, actually, the other thing, I'll have to show you Grey Wolf tomorrow. I've got I got it on Amazon. So in a recent, it was the Nerixon video, the one with the water reflections and stuff. And I was talking about in that video, well, I wonder if I can find something that's an alternative to the green stuff world, UV resin and light and all that kind of stuff. Not because I don't like the thing, but trying to find something that's, well, again, for us in the U.S. a little bit faster to get, and also maybe less money. And I think I found something that's on its way here. So I think I will do a test video on that first, and then we'll use it on the what is it, on the Nerixon thing. Now, sorry about that, Ryan. It's not supposed to again, not supposed to keep you up there. Not supposed to keep you awake. What is that? Oh, yeah, dreaming about sugar plums. You can just dream about darker primer method, like all the kids do. Just going to chuck some of this stuff into here, like you do. Okay. You can see we're just kind of rolling that brush around on the surface. It's a little bit like our Battlefleet Gothic bases, actually. It's a little bit like that. If you're wondering why they're on this angle here, it's because these guys, if you don't put them on an angled base, they're leaning so far forward you can't see their faces. It's like they're falling asleep. Yeah, Grey Wolf, that's availability. Like we always say, right? Grey Wolf is the best ability. That is the best ability. That's why we tried to find the, whatchamacallits, the Paul Rubens stuff. So I'm guessing, Thranuel, that it's been way too up-tempo there, too busy to try and do any painting of stuff. So have a good night there, Grey Wolf. Appreciate you being here as always. Thank you so much. Thanks for 4 years. 4 years worth, Grey Wolf. Appreciate that. All right, so we done that. Now we're going to Prussian blue, indigo, some of this. So going to go in some of these where I didn't do any of the little glazy stuff there. So JS, obviously, yeah, I like to joke about homelessness and hunger. Those are powerful motivators, but they are, because no painting, no electricity, no food, no house, none of that kind of stuff. But as we like to say, JS, even if someone said like, okay, yo, you just won the lottery, you don't need to worry about any of that stuff anymore. What would you be doing? I just be doing this all the time, JS. Well, I'd also have a couple of sailboats. I'd have my own private island. Probably would have an army of people printing up all the miniatures for me so I don't have to do that. So obviously, there would be other modifications to the lifestyle there. But um, something like this, right? I'm doing this so I can make well the army videos. Obviously, I want to play my whole Middle Earth universe there with the War of the Ring board game. So again, just adding on to this, and then that allows me to well kind of feed into these different things that I'm trying to do, like my terrain, which I just sprayed that palace. I just sprayed that. Hey, Veracor, how you doing? So Thranual, I know that well, like we were just talking with Ryan, when things get really stressful and your brain is just always kind of in that fight or flight mode or whatever, it is hard to do the creative thing. I'm glad that you're doing well there, Veracor, and of course appreciate you being here. So JS, there's so many. Well, I say it all the time, right, JS? We basically live in a golden age of miniatures. I mean, there's literally anything that I mean, all kinds of different things like busts and everything. Even, my 1/1800 scale ships that people are making so that I can have a blast doing historical things like this. I mean, there's just so much stuff out there with all the basing things, right? And then, of course, you got crazy stuff like this here, as we call them, the truffle lights. So, again, companies are doing a lot of innovating, a lot of innovations. So, I mean, what the heck? I'm going to take advantage of those, right? Yes, sir. Now, I got me I can just use this as a blending brush here. So you can see how that's starting to get a little bit softer there now. This is not all that different from how we were doing our spacescapes and such. That's not all that different at all from how we were painting this last night, right? And doing all of the clouds. So what I'm doing here with the bases is very similar to what we did last night on our BSG with the clouds. Now, Thranul, maybe just something that again, instead of something that's a specific project per se, like say you're Skaven or something like that, Thranul. Maybe you just kind of you see something, you say, okay, you know what, that might be interesting just to do this and try this color scheme on it or something like that. Again, something that's maybe that doesn't feel like work, right, Thranul? Because you got enough of that going on. You don't need more, right? To maybe find something that just doesn't quite give you that vibe of, geez, um, this is supposed to be my fun thing. It's more like a work thing, and that might just kind of do it to kind of bust through that little bit of a, like you say, a little slump right there. All right, so now we got the softer stuff there. I'm going to get back to you again. Yeah. See that, Manuel? There you go. You're looking at that like, holy smokes, my fun thing is more daunting than my real thing, than my work thing. Yeah, that's gonna be a no bueno right there. So maybe again, just find something, some simple little thing, and you go, fine. We'll just mess around with this, see where it takes us. Like Veracruz was just saying, you gotta have the palate cleanser. Oh, speaking of things that clean, but that what is that? The sea, whatever it was, that resin cleaner that was so magical that it actually is like a cleaner from concentrate that has been out of stock for months now. I think it's called Sunsea or something like that. I can't quite remember what, or Sunlu. I don't remember what the heck it's called, but let's see. It is called Sail C. Sail C. Yeah, that was the best cleaner that I've ever in like 5 years of printing that I've ever seen for resin prints. I should probably get me another container of it while it is still available. Of course, I probably should have shut my mouth and not said nothing. Then I could have gotten a few extra ones before other people started getting it. But yeah, it's called Sail C 3D Resin Cleaner, and it's on Amazon. Not the cheapest stuff, but remember, as I found out the hard way, it is concentrate, so you don't need to empty the entire package into your little vat that you clean with. Yeah, that's something I wish I knew before I poured it in there. I was like, wow, this really does a fantastic job cleaning stuff. Well, that's because I've used it at about 3 times strength. But that is magical stuff. I love that stuff. Blending brush again. Where are you hiding? So you see, we're just gonna throw that on there. Now we do this little bit of tap tap and kind of yank that stuff around a little bit, like you do. And we're just gonna go from one to the next to the next. Here we. Well, for your entertainment, Thranual, this is strictly for your entertainment here. Again, now we've done some new graphics here. We've done some new graphics. Oh, look at this! Look at then there's this. Oh, look at that! Perfection is the enemy of completion. So yes, new book of Wampo graphics right there. Because I think I mean Thranual, right? None of us is Mozart. None of us is Da Vinci. Actually, none of us is even Schmozart or Schmavinci. We're not any of those things. We just have to say, okay, I mean, these are the limitations that we have to work within. We are going to maximize what abilities we have. And again, the nice thing is, Thranual, right? It's not, well, hearth and home don't depend on it. It's, again, it's just all about enjoyment. It's all about enjoyment. So if there's a way to kind of focus in on that, that'd be super. And Thranual, with this all of this AI stuff, I have failed miserably for months and spectacularly. And even now with these breakthroughs that I made, there's every time I make a breakthrough, there's some brand new disappointment or some kind of thing where I went, oh, well, okay, that I still don't know what I'm doing, I guess. So I understand the frustration, right? Because you think, oh, I have arrived. I've done this. I know how to do this. And then it's just that's the universe kind of saying, huh, that's cute. That's cute. You think you know something. Since I am the universe, I will demonstrate how much more I know than you. Because, well, the universe, not the nicest hombre, for sure. And I know, like Kathy, she would say, look, I can tell myself that, but telling myself that and having it actually happen, those are two different things. She'd say, yeah, you think I'm not telling myself that every day? But it was still a challenge. You know what? While I got this going, I might just chuck a little bit of that on some of these spears. Again, these were converted. A lot of these things. I can't take credit for it again. These were bequeathed to me here, which is much appreciated. Believe it or not, the person that gave me these, you know the mimes, right? The Blood Bowl team, the mimes. They're Uh, the very first game I ever played with them was against his Nurgle Blood Bowl team. That was the first time I ever played the Mimes, the Goblin team, the Mimes of Moria. And that was against his against his Nurgle team. And well, they hadn't quite run into somebody that played the Gobos the way I played the Gobos. As we have said on the channel many times, well, Kathy too, but we were kind of red button type players. Well, Thranuel, again, appreciate you being here. And again, I don't know if any of that was helpful there, Thranuel. But here's hoping that it was. Here's hoping that you can get down to enjoying your miniatures again. Not okay. Those are the three regular ones there. Okay. Now what we're going to do here, we're going to get our super dark stuff, as in our indigo. Indigo. This is not going to be a glaze. We're just going to break in some of it down here. And then we're going to really reinforce some of the darker parts of our marble here. Let me push these over here. And of course, Thranuel, the other thing I always kind of hope is that like the videos, they're either motivating or they maybe kind of make all of the craziness just kind of take a step back a little bit. All right, so that it's just a place it's like, okay, for tonight, crazy does not reside here. Crazy gets kicked to the curb for at least a little while. Speaking of crazy, it's crazy just how easy this marble is. Oh, and by the way, we're using those golden maple brushes again, the ones that are soft. We have a whole new set. I will be trying those in a upcoming video. Probably something like painting large scale or another bust. We'll see. Well, thanks, that's Manuel. Really glad because I know that it's not easy for folks, and there is a way to make things a little bit easier than that. That is mission accomplished there. So I'm glad that that can be, at least in some minor way, at least a little bit helpful. Now I believe, yeah, this is the last one with our darker stuff. Then I'm going to take I'm going to get the liner brush and we'll do our final really light lines on our marbly stuff here. That's a highly technical term. All right. We're just going to, just use this here. And then as this stuff has a chance to set, see the blue, look at that. See how it's not really super shiny anymore? We could start doing more glazy stuff. Do I do? No. We'll go with it the way we're thinking of. We'll do what we're thinking about doing. Also, I'm thinking should get my thinner, chuck that over here. Let's start breaking that stuff down. Let us start breaking that down here. And now you can see it on him, right? We're going to do, again, some of those really narrow lines there. Well, Thranuel, I hope that those can be fun. There's a lot of new wild stuff, Thranuel. Oh, yeah. There's a lot of new wild stuff on just every single front. And that's the other thing, too. Yeah, I know a lot of folk, they're maybe a little bit scared of new things. However, Sometimes new things will spur creativity. Let's put it this way: I wouldn't have been working on these guys right now if it wasn't for all of the video stuff. The primary reason these guys are being worked on is just because I realized it's like, okay, if I want to have the Dragon Emperor featured in some of my footage, well, he's pretty much going to be by himself with a bunch of horses. That's not quite how he rolls. So that's why we're doing these, is because I wanted to photograph him or do footage of him. It's like, I need more dudes. I need more dudes with pointy things. So guess what? We're doing a whole bunch of dudes with pointy things now. Yeah, let me can get a little bit more of the lighter, marbly stuff there. Thranduil, it's a. I don't know if you saw the thing with the trees, where we did the 3-in-1, where we sculpted, primed, and painted all in one step. Seriously, all in one step. There was all the paints that Kathy's sister sent me. So it's been giving me a chance to try out multiple cadmiums and multiple cobalts and stuff, so that I actually have a chance to really make a legit comparison to things like the alkids, because that's what we're using now. We're using alkids now. So these are all pretty much the alkids here, because these gotta dry super fast. These are going to dry real fast because I need, again, I gotta have these things for the photography and such. Those zygomores, the earliest I would need to bring those anywhere would be August. And even then, they don't necessarily have to be like super bone dry. They just have to be dry enough to, well, stick onto a decorative thing with magnets. That's as dry as they really need to be. So even then, we're pretty good. So again, you can see all of the little narrower veins on the marble. Now we get rid of this. Let's start doing some. Are we doing our gold stuff? Are we doing? Let's do these things next, because that won't take quite so much. We're gonna do those, and that's kind of a more of a violet color here, like that. So Thranduil, this is some of the Paul Rubens are basically all the light stuff, like those radiant colors, the not radiant radiance, which would be some of these here. But the rest of the alkids are all, for the most part, the griffins. Violet here. Oh, no. This should do it. So dioxazine violet, some of our not radiant violet, and that's going to go here. That will go here. Oh yeah, I gotta set one of these. Well, we'll take one of these guys. We're gonna do this, maybe one or two. We'll set those aside as well. I just realized. Actually, that should probably be our red right there. So Thranduil, the Zygomores, that was all pre-glazed. Actually, I think the Skaven series was also pre-glazed too, wasn't it, Thranduil? Also, yeah, the what is that? The Trench Crusade, that was also pre-glazed. Again, the Zygomores were pre-glazed. It all depends on what is necessary. So there's like the Tomb Kings. There will almost never be pre-glazed on the Tomb Kings because well, they're just too spindly and there's too much stuff, too many layers of things to be able to even wipe the pre-glaze off. So no pre-glaze on them. Things that maybe it's a little bit easier to get the stuff, or in the case of the Zygomores where the pre-glaze is actually a big advantage, well, then you're going to see pre-glaze there. And again, it all depends on the miniature. No more. Is this the... Okay, there's still one more after this. So yeah, Thranio, that's from a long, long time ago. I don't know if you've seen any of the elves. I don't know if you obviously haven't seen the water washable oils. Again, tons of experiments on things that, well, I was never anticipating on using. But again, people sent stuff. So there was no reason to just like, okay, I have this stuff. I will never try it because I don't want to try things. I was just kind of like, well, I've got it. I am going to try it. It might not work. I might not like it. In that case, now I know. So, yep, there's no way I'm going to know if something maybe does not work for me if I don't really give it a shot. Keep moving on along here. And there's a whole bunch of Lizardman stuff coming. It's not just the army painting series. There's going to be some other like mini series. Also, we're going to be painting a bunch of the Lizzies on stream. Probably going to be painting the what the heck are they? The cold ones. The cold one cab. I think that'll be painted on stream. There's going to be a Road to Golden Demons, and that'll be on the not the Croxigor, on the Carnosaur. That's it. Yes. I'm actually kind of glad that I haven't started on that yet because I've learned a whole bunch about how to create some ideas for it using the AI stuff. So I never in the beginning would have said, okay, yeah, just photograph essentially an unpainted version of it, just something that's primed. Okay, now we're going to get to our gold stuff. Gold stuff. Indian yellow. Look, what's that? Got a whole bunch of the pearline crimson in there, too. Wow, that's going to create quite the orangey amber type color there. Man. Where's my thinner? Where are you hiding? There you are. Oh, thanks, Armored Wolf. Oh, that's right. That's right, Armored Wolf. Yeah, the Cathay. So that is going to be another army painting series plus a whole bunch of other stuff. Also a road to, I almost said road to Resin Beast, but a road to Adepticon slash Golden Demons, some of the Cathay stuff. Also part of our Old World series. There's also a whole bunch of the Conquest stuff. I'm going to be probably tomorrow, amongst many other things, is prepping a whole bunch of Conquest figs. You're going to be seeing those on stream, too. Speaking of Carnosaurs, Veracur's got a Carnosaur. Love me some lizards, right, Veracur? Everybody check out what the Veracur just posted. That's fabulous, Veracur. More lizards, more better, right? There is no such thing as too many lizards. The only thing there is not enough lizards. Which is hilarious because in regular life, not a fan of lizards. But when it comes to miniatures and armies, for whatever reason, love me some lizards. That was my very first, well, successful Blood Bowl team. That was also my very first fantasy army. Lizards, not Seraphon, not whatever. Lizard men. And none of that Sigmar stuff. None of that. Just lizard men. Ah, very cool. I did two of those things. Yeah, one wasn't enough. We had to do two of them. This was the first one, and this was one I did for Golden Demons, and we might have added a few things. We might have added just a few things to them. So that's our old Carnosaur back in the day. Yep, Thranduil. The only thing better than a solid metal Carnosaur is to put a big old solid cold one on the back of him, and then also put wings on him. Because he wasn't heavy enough, so we thought, yeah, let's do some wings on him too. Oh, and then I also did that kind of headdress thing. Ah, thanks, Veracure. So yeah, Veracure, the Carnosaur is going to be part of another one of our again Road to whatever video series. That's probably going to be about a 6-part series, sort of like gosh, what was the one? Or Road to Resin Beast. That was a 6-part series. So yeah, at least 6 parts for our Road to Golden Demons. So you can see, oh, we got one. There we go. So you can see how this is already changing before your very eyes. Before your very eyes. Do some more of this here. Oh, by the way, we're 57 minutes in. We're essentially working on a dozen guys here. Now, again, they're going to be in various stages because I'm trying to. So again, it's almost like our old Saturday challenges. And you'll probably kind of see me going kind of back and forth. We're going to be grabbing some guys that, well, are in a very different stage of completion. And essentially, I need to do a ton of this stuff. I know we've been doing a lot with the busts and the large scale sculpts and all that, and we'll still be doing that. I'll still be doing that, but we also need to get down to business on some of our army stuff. On a ton of different things. I still haven't gone into GPT yet, there, Armored Wolf, to find some Cathay kind of lore and such to work with for seeing what might be an appropriate kind of a theme. Since GW, well, wants you to stay only within there, whatever. Now, again, I don't mind that this is mixing with the blue, because you can see, I mean, there's downright areas that are painted green on our goal, like right there. You can see that's kind of a bluish color. There's green right down there. There you go. So I do believe it's possible that the next Friday, Saturday cycle of streams, it's either going to be, depending if I get them ready to go, some Conquest stuff, or perhaps some Isengard stuff. We'll see what results. Depends what can be prepped. Now remember, Indian yellow. It's a very powerful color, but it is very, very translucent. And I think this is one of my screens here. Yes, it is. Here, let me get to it. You can thin the oils, but you cannot dilute them. So saith the Book of Wappo. Yes. Again, I will try to not just replace all the old ones, but maybe create a couple of new ones there. One more to do with this gold stuff. I think one more to do with this gold stuff here. Then we got to do some of the brown, and then we got to go back to do some of the red. But that's got to wait till after the gold has set. Now I'm going to be loosening one of these guys too, because again, I wanted to have things in various stages to show folks, like we used to do back in the day, like when we did this stream here. Remember the Moria goblins? We painted 15 of them in 12 hours. I am thinking that, well, things have advanced a bit over the last several years, because that was pretty much 2021 maybe. Yeah, we should be well ahead of that now, 4 years later.
Little hobbits, spark my ganja.
Thank you so much, Suki. Appreciate that. Of course, well, Gandalf does too. He sure does. He's like, so you guys again. It's like, yeah, that whole Erebor thing. He's like, well, I haven't really been around there in a long time. He's like, well, that's good because it's not going to be around very long. It's like, that's okay. I'll just hang out at the Shire and, well, maybe find a certain plant. It's like, oh, you mean pipeweed? You really had to mention that, huh? Gandalf is not enthused because whenever pipeweed is mentioned, the big Gandalf 6 tends to do that. Let's see what happens on our big Gandalf 6. Well, okay. That broke the curse right there. Thank you so much, Suki. Appreciate that follow. Of course, Gandalf loves all of his little hobbitses, because that's what Gandalf does. Again, don't mind if some of this basically becomes a little bit on the greenish side. Now, how's about some of the Van Dyke Brown? Asphaltum as well. Van Dyke Brown, some Asphaltum, little bit of a Mars Black, and that's the Williamsburg. Yeah, so actually, technically, not everything out here is an Alkyd, because that is the Williamsburg Mars Black. I was just bequeathed a brand new tube of it by Landrast, so I don't have to conserve it anymore. Yeah, that's the real genuine deal right there. That is the Mars Black again from Williamsburg. How's about a little something on the Skelly friends here? Not much. There's a little something there. Right here along that pole there, and maybe a little bit also along the edge of our marble here. You swing back around to this. Again, a little bit of Mars Black there. We're just going to give him gloves because reasons. Oh yeah, their boots. Forgot this guy's boots. Let's go back and do the boots. Das Boots. Speaking of Das Boots, our Monday session, it's either going to be Kriegsmarine or it's going to be our British Underwater Navy to get things started. Again, that will depend on which ships are 100% ready to go. This one here. Yeah, I can still see the crazy blue primer over gold paint. that's that's hilarious. all of this still doing the super glazy kind of stuff here. I wonder if the last Easterling thing we painted was the Dragon Emperor. I know we painted a bunch of these on stream, the different heroes and such. I don't think that's Rutabi. That one I just checked. I mean, it might be. Mars Black, a little bit of the Van Dyke Brown. Now, of course, the Van Dyke Brown is an Alkyd. That is the Windsor Newton Griffin Alkyd. But for the most part, what I kind of needed here was the faster drying time. Because I need to be able to do some photographing with these things sooner rather than later. Two more, yeah, a couple more to do with. Oh, wait a minute, I think I missed this part, didn't I? Yeah, no problem. We'll get it now. Okay, all nice. All good. And we're 1 hour, 6 minutes in. Again, working on about a dozen different guys here. Essentially, the bases are mostly painted already. And we're going to have a huge portion of our midtones and, of course, our darks established here on all these guys in no time at all. Like so. More of that, again, that darker brown there. Let me take a little bit of that away. Last one. Again, I'm going to get some of the darker glaze stuff here, especially on this top area of the marble here. There would be maximum kind of staining there anyways, and any of that little blue that just happened to get over the top. Well, guess what? Now you don't even see it. It's gone. Yeah, with minimal hassle. We're not looking to wipe out all of the lighter stuff there, but where I saw that blue there, I'm like, I'm just going to get rid of that. Take care of it now. Now I go set. Ooh, not yet. Not quite yet, because we got a red to do now. I'm just going to use the Perline Crimson here. Now this is not terribly glazy here. Not the point of this not really is to be doing a glaze necessarily there. Okay, we got all that other stuff. So once I get the last of this red on here, then we're going to set one of these guys aside just so that I have that reference there for folks that might, about later on in the stream, want to see sort of essentially like a step-by-step. I don't get to do that very often anymore because we're usually not doing a huge giant batch of figures like this. That's why I was kind of hoping to do this. Now, what was the very first thing we did our glaze on? It was all the blue, right? So that's where we're going to head to next. Is going to be to the blue on the clothes here. You can see some of that Indian yellow kind of glaze stuff we did. That is still very much fresh. However, thick sticks to thin and vice versa. I didn't get a chance to make that particular Book of Wapples saying. I was hoping to do that one I only made as many as I knew I could have any sort of time to turn into scenes because unlike XSplit, where I could have done those in like minutes, doing new scenes on Twitch and Streamlabs is very painful by comparison. Okay, so we're going to take one of these guys and set him aside. And then where's one of my guys that's just primed here? Okay, so just to kind of give you a quick little here's a spoiler alert. This is what we're trying to do with our dudes here. Remember how we used to do this back in the day. So primer, our lighter dry brush, now the glaze phase, and I mean technically here you could, so you can kind of see the progression there. That is what we're trying to do. So let me just get these again. I got these things out of the way here. Just moving some stuff out of the way. 1 second. Okay, now we were talking about doing the later stuff, say on the blue. Let me see if one of these is going to work out for that. And it's not going to be a slightly lighter blue either, because all the blue that's on here, well, guess what? That's nice and wet. I can work with that. Also, where's my other? There you are. So I have something like this that can again be used as a blending brush. So thanks, Hermit Wolf, for posting a link to the Patreon page. Latest video went up yesterday, I do believe, or last night, whatever you want to call it. So yes, the latest video is up on the Patreon page. You did that army painter thing. Yep. Better get ready to binge because the 2,400 hours of videos are coming your way. I'm not saying, I'm just saying. There's going to be some stuff for you to watch, right, Michael? Thanks, Michael. Appreciate that. I think, Michael, the only thing that's appropriate is that. How you doing there, Michael? Everybody, please give Michael Paints Minis a follow. And of course, Michael, I know you got things to post in the chat there. Michael's going to be doing a bunch of classes at ReaperCon. So if you're going to ReaperCon, check out this link that Michael's going to post here in a second. Because Michael is going to be, again, teaching some classes at ReaperCon. So go check that event list. And again, Michael is on the event list. And there you go. So there's the tabletop events. That's for ReaperCon, which is in August, right, Michael? That is just still so bizarre. I know it's a calendar thing, but man, oh man, that is just so weird. So 2 classes, 4 seminars, again, all done by Michael Paints Minis. And of course, Michael also streams. So please also give Michael Paints Minis a follow while you're doing all that other stuff. Yeah, Michael, I mean, it really just has to seem like, boy, that's like, seems like it's next week. It must feel like that sometimes. Let me get, yeah, more of this here. More of this over here again. That's that kind of lighter blue. Now look at, see how dark that is on that shield? Look at this. Again, that's not any gradual whatever. We like to go strong to the hoop here. None of this weak stuff, man. Power hoop to the basket, looking to get the basket and the foul. Ah, that's fantastic there, Michael. That is fantastic. So, Michael, again, I'm sure it'll be a big success, and obviously, here's hoping that all the stuff that you're doing for the The MSP Open, I think that's what it's called, right? Or is it just called the Reaper Open? It's been a while. So that's fantastic, Michael. Yeah, look, you can see already the difference there in the shield. And again, we're doing a whole bunch of these because, well, I want to start doing my Easterling Army Showcase vid. And the Dragon Emperor, he needs a whole bunch of pikey dudes to go with him. And I don't have a whole bunch of pikey dudes. So, we're doing these pikes to go with that Dragon Emperor. Now, Michael, do they still do that sort of? Now, I don't even know if you really could. Eventually, I don't even know if you could call it a meet and greet anymore. But remember the old? It was the previous hotel. The meet and greet there. There was like that little. It was like a little hall, like a little banquet hall or something like that. Obviously for weddings or whatever. And I think we did that 2 years in that room. I know it was at least 2 years. I remember being in there twice. It was a nice, quiet room. Definitely a little bit easier than the big, ballroom thing. Look at this. See how dark that is? Again, look at this. We're just going to go boom. I mean, do I even need the blending brush there? Now, of course, again, each time I do this, it's picking up more of that darker blue, which means I'll have to do a refresh on this brush. That's what we're doing right now. We're doing a little bit of refresh on that to lighten up that blue. So yeah, Michael, here's hoping the 2026 works out. I'm sure the contract with the hotel is still gonna be same deal for next year, right, Michael? And I'm sure it'll be the same time next year. And well, like we were talking about, Michael, having a little bin of stuff with my name on it there over at Reaper, that would definitely be a much easier way to go about things than either trying to haul it with me on a plane or mail it back and forth. What are we doing here? What are we doing? We're doing this again. There. Thanks, Michael. Yeah, Michael. Well, let's put it this way. We'll just get another set of Paul Rubens, and we'll just that'll just live in Texas. The Paul Rubens oils and some other stuff that'll just live down there in Texas. Well, we certainly have enough sets of these that those can just live down there. We'll have some lights down there, and we'll just kind of have a set of miniatures that are good for all of our little demos, right, Michael? Kind of showing off our little, like our OSL stuff. Oh, yeah, Michael, we need to have a little batch of the LED lights too, right? So that we can show people how to do the source lighting cheat code there. Hey there, Camda, how you doing? So yeah, Camda, the Easterling army is getting added to, right? So that well, and again, this I'll show you the guy that this guy right here, that is this miniature. Now I was using old pictures that I took of this years ago. Now I'm going to start doing some, like I was calling a purpose-built pictures. So pictures that are designed to just capture certain angles of it that now I know are better for filming. And again, everybody please give Michael Paints Minis a follow. Actually, Michael, were you going to be streaming tomorrow or Sunday at all? And also, Camda, why don't you post some of your stuff in the chat there? Some of your oil painted stuff. I think that that's just easier to use the liner brush for. So we'll leave that to the liner brush. Hey there, Landrast. So stuck in Austin, Landrast? Well, at least you're on this time zone, Landrast. Sorry about the whole flight thing and all that. I know that is no fun. That's a no bueno there. Matt Landrast, that doesn't happen very often. I don't know. Is it possible that the last time we were on the same time zone is when you were like literally here? I wonder. So let's see. So if there is no, well, it doesn't matter. There'll be a possible Sunday stream for Michael again. Everybody, please give Michael Paints Minis a follow. Go do that. So great to see you there, Camda. Just again, trying to crank up some of this blue. Then we're gonna hit the violet stuff there. Now I guess Landress, when you do get back, what were you gonna kind of focus on painting wise? Right now, I'm not printing terrain. I'm printing up some stuff for the Adepticon meeting. I might have to start printing up some more of my Easterling terrain again. We'll see. I actually printed up a whole bunch of Hobbit furniture. Oh, and Gandalf on a cart. That's right. Yeah, because that was the latest printing goes ever on, right, Landrast? Now, it looks like Landress, I know we were talking about, what, last week or the week before, that PGEO is going to be, not doing the Lord of the Rings stuff anymore. Which is, again, that's kind of a bummer. But I'm not quite sure what there is less for him to. Okay, going in the wrong direction there. Blending brush here. More blending brush. I think now Landra, between some of like the long stay things and whatever, I think I probably now have just about every sculpt that he's ever made. It is weird painting the old GW Lord of the Rings stuff here again, that's for sure. No problem there, Camda. No problem. I think I am going to switch, though. When I do that, I'm going to switch to my usual liner brush, though. Again, thanks, Landras, for the Mars Black. That's actually out. Well, I have Mars Black out on the palette since now it's been restocked. I have on the way here some UV stuff. Basically UV water effects. That's pretty much how I'll be using them. we'll see if they work with the GSW light. But again, the idea was to find essentially an alternative to just the GSW uh, UV resin. All right, I think we got our blue in there. Oh, speaking of which, we got to get some of that up here. Yeah, Landrast, that tube was running a little bit low. And was it yesterday? I think is when the new stuff. Yeah, I was thinking it was yesterday the new stuff showed up. So much appreciated. So Cammed after the stream last night, well, the Bulldogs had a very rough game against Sydney. They did manage to pull it out and win the game, thank goodness. But it was not looking super bueno there for a while. And there was no recoil around to kind of bounce things off of. So it was just the frustration of the dogs giving up one lead after another. Well, the Pies, Camda, as of course we know, Camda, the biggest Collingwood Magpies fan in the universe. Who knew that the Magpies were so big out there in Perth? Doing some more of my later blue, maybe over there too. Sure. Also some of that up there. There we are. So Camda, it's kind of funny. All of these were originally, a lot of them were primed gold or whatever. So I kind of had to fight, to get rid of the gold primer. But they gave me the idea of playing around with as we use again. This is the one of the lighter violets there from Paul Rubens that we're using here. It gave me the idea of, well, maybe we just literally prime something gold and then we do a bunch of glazy oil stuff over the top of it and we see what happens. Who knows? It may work fantastic. It may be kind of whatevers, or it might be terrible, or it could be all of the above. Who knows? Nobody knows until we try it, right, Camda? Is there? Yeah, that is also some of our violet right there. So what we're doing is that part right there. Yep, prime gold as in metallic there, Camda. But it would be it would be a pre-glaze, Camda, like what we were doing with these. Well, when I put the primer over the top, it almost looked like it was a gold primer pre-glaze. And I thought, well, what the heck? Stynylrez does make a gold metallic primer. So have a good night's sleep there, Landrast. Again, sorry you got stuck there. But here's hoping you get back home tomorrow and everything is all good and normal. Oh yeah, there's a whole bunch of liquid on that. Let's kind of get rid of some of that. That's better. And of course, Camden, we have our the first of the new Book of Wapo images are up on they're up on my scenes there. Basically, I'm going to see if I can't do 5 or 6 of them at a time, and just over the course of weeks, kind of replace them here and there. me do a little bit of blending brush there. I'm glad I thought I sent you those, Cam. I'm glad that I did. So the reason why I did those, actually, it was supposed to be a test of the Sky Reels thing. If I had multiple pages, would it animate a book? Like literally turn a page, and there would be another page, another chapter of the Book of Wapple. Yeah, just starting to. Now we're starting to get into a little bit more of our kind of lighter mid-tones. I guess with the blues, you could say maybe even some highlights there, I guess. Swing back around here to our lighter violet stuff. Again, using the not radiant colors. I'm gonna have to do something like what Surface Tension did there, Camda, with the what was that? The cobalt grayish shade. Yeah, I'm gonna have to do something like what he did. For a graphic for that for the not radiant colors. All right. So again, we're just kind of working in our little sort of violet tones here. So again, that is where we're headed with the blues. So we still actually have to go technically lighter with the blue, which now, of course, if I was doing this exactly like our previous ones, the lightest light was actually brilliant yellow pale. It was not, we weren't using like the ice blue or the radiant blue to get the lightest lights. But again, here, these are literally just for long range photography or giant, mass groups of stuff. Nice to see you there, Goring. I hope that you're doing well. Happy Saturday, of course. Happy Saturday. Great to see you. And of course, for the folks that didn't get to see the ending last night, that was our Battlestar Galactica on Flat Thursdays. And of course, I gave you credit there, Camda. I said Panel Star Galactica, and I gave you credit for that. Yes, it was Welcome Aboard Panel Star Galactica. Or Panel Line Galactica. I think that's maybe more accurate. Actually, Camda, is that what like we have the cult of Alkids there, or Alkids Anonymous? Camda, are the Reubenites? Is that like a literally a robe wearing cult or something like that that only uses the Paul Rubens? What was it that they called the one faction? I don't know. Was it in the it wasn't War of the Roses, was it? But there was the Jacobites, right? You have the Reubenites. They are very fanatical Paul Rubens only supporters. And again, all kidding aside, the Paul Rubens paints, while they are not going to be, they're no Williamsburg. Heck, they're not really even a Gamlin or a Winsor Newton. That's not necessarily what they're meant to be. A different purpose for those. So let's say like our truffleites that we were doing. What if we were to stick with all of the usual cadmiums and no, not the usual, but those more exotic cadmiums and cobalts, but instead of using brilliant yellow pale or some of those other regular oil paints to lighten up, what if we were using the Paul Rubens essentially radiant type colors? Those might dry a whole lot quicker. Again, we're just throwing that out there as an idea. Now I'm gonna hit the red here too. Yeah, let's do that super quick. Now, which that was a can't go too warm with this lighter red. All right, that's something to be aware of there. Which means I'm going to use this then. Yep, I'm going to use that along with our Windsor red. And that's going to go down here. The red sash there. I start thinking about these things too. More here with this light red. Got to refresh that brush. There we go. Got red sash. So let me see how many we prepped 22 of these things in total. 18 infantry style figs, 4 cav. Now, if somehow we can get through all 18 of the infantry tonight, that would be sweet, because then we can do the 4 cav tomorrow. I don't think that's quite going to roll that way. Because, well, I think a couple of the infantry are also special characters there. That's, oh yeah, now you shared that, you shared the images of that, right? So yeah, Goran, essentially, they're almost like eBay rescues. They were nowhere near in as bad of shape as that one, the Mumak, that's part of our eBay rescue series. Yeah, not quite so much like that, but they were in various stages of primed gold or partially painted green and gold or whatever. Everybody check out the Instagram link that Camda just shared there. Again, we ain't gonna be super fancy on all this here because we are rolling through. Now again, hopefully between this stream and the next stream, 22 of our Easterlings. Let's welcome in. Thank you so much, Sauls. Appreciate that. Everybody, please give Salzburg, give Lisa a follow. So, Sauls, I hope that you're doing this well there, Salzburg. So, thank you so much, Salzburg. Everybody, please give Salzburg Lisa a follow. We are painting a whole bunch of Easterlings here. Well, technically, upwards of maybe 18 of them. Right now, we've got 6 because we're trying to do something like this. And this is the reason why we're doing this, is so that new folks can kind of see the progression here. So we have the dark blue primer. This is all with oils, by the way, all with oils. Then we have this kind of lighter dry brush. Then we did some glaze stuff there. And now you can see we're starting to bring in our lighter tone. So that's why we kind of like to do something like this, where we have a little bit of a progression there. So again, Salzburg, Lisa, also too, if you want to share anything in the chat, please go ahead. So here is, we've done a very, very, very large Easterling army, and we're trying to add to it here. We're trying to add a whole bunch of stuff to it so that, again, you can see, recognize some of this. And actually, here's one of the figures that you saw in that scene. Here's some buildings that we have painted. We've done a whole bunch of Easterling terrain. Here is the Dragon Emperor. So that's why we're doing all these pikemen, because the Dragon Emperor, well, he needs a whole bunch of buddies walking around with him, and that's why we're doing a whole bunch of pikemen here for tonight's stream. So Goran, this is going to go to the Linseed Fellowship YouTube channel right here. So there you go. That's where that's going to go. And last night on stream, oh thanks, Souls, appreciate that. A little bit of 2D art. So we flat Thursdays. That's what we call it. Every Thursday we do some kind of flat art on stream. So we did that one last night. The week before was Babylon 5, and then the week before that was a different type of flat top right there. And well, we do an awful lot of spacescapes as well. So there's we do 2D art, we do the 3D stuff, we do lots of different things. And of course, here's some of the other things that we've been painting up on stream lately. These crazy, we call them the truffleites, basically fungus people. We painted up 3 of those so far. Oh yeah, here's another little fun thing. We had a little bit of freehand on this, some on the shield. We had the tartan, and then we had the tattoos and woad on the skin there. So that's another one of our recent ones. So yeah, that's there's the link to that Linseed Fellowship channel. So again, since Twitch does not allow highlights anymore, for all intents and purposes, everything's going here. Last night's session, tonight's session, tomorrow's session, all that stuff is going over there. Now again, we also do plenty of other things, sci-fi type stuff. Here's some of our Tomb Kings here. So yes, plenty of different stuff that we do on the channel here. Sometimes some really crazy figures. Definitely Battlefleet Gothic stuff too. Yep. So there's some of our Battlefleet Gothic stuff. There's our Tau ships, and of course where's our here's some of our 1/1800 scale ships right here. Whoops, those aren't them. There they are. There's our 1/1800 scale ships. Oh look, hobbit holes. So terrain, whatever, the just kind of, if it can't run away, we just paint it. Oh yeah, that's right, Camda. It reminded me, this was our latest Shatterpoint episode on the Patreon page. Was that General Grievous and his glowy sticks there? Grievous and the glow sticks. So yeah, so we've also painted, we might have painted 1 or 2 hobbitses as well. Yeah, we painted a bunch of hobbitses. And again, Salisbury, if you wanted to share anything in the chat, please go ahead and do that, of course. That'd be fabulous. And again, appreciate you being here. Thank you so much for the raid. And again, we are working with oil paints here, right out of the tube. No acrylic, anything in before, just primer. And now we're putting on the oil paints. Thanks, all. Appreciate that. We love our object source lighting here too. This is an object source lighting channel, right, Camda? And it doesn't matter what the genre is. Yeah, Souls, definitely share your Instagram. Please do that. And definitely we paint a whole bunch of different busts here too. I almost forgot about those. Yeah, all painted with the oils. Same deal. Same exact paint as we are using on this little guy right here. So everybody please check out this Instagram link that the Salzburg just posted. And everybody again, please give Salzburg a follow. Thanks, Salzburg. We painted some really interesting kind of really large FDM style busts here, which is very fun because they're so gigantic. You get to really see a lot of extra details on them. More of our lighter red over here, sure. And then after this, we're going to start to break into some of our golds there, which, again, not just adding yellow to it. We got to add greens and violets. Like you can see, look, you see the violet in there, you see the green in there. Why? Because, well, he's on a blue marble floor. He's got blue robes. He's got this violet here, and how is none of that reflecting on the shiny gold? Yeah, that has to. You can see again here. There's violet, there's greens, there's oranges, all kinds of different stuff. One hour 45 minutes ago, all of these guys were just primer. A dark blue primer. That's it. There was no marble. There was no gold, no blue, no nothing on these things. Now, and of course, as the Book of Wapple does state, there you go. Things must be messy before they can be neat. Now, we also, well, take a look at this. Metal surfaces always reflect their surroundings. And that's why we have to have the green stuff in the armor, because it's reflecting all the blue, right? Yeah, Salzburg, well, like these, right? These are very, very, very small. Now, I wonder if I can reach. Can I reach? Well, it's not one of the gigantic ones, but this is relatively large here. I mean, her head is the size of this dude, and then some. So, yeah, it's a little bit bigger on that bust right there. Just a teensy bit bigger. So, again, everybody, please give Salzburg a follow if you could. That'd be fantastic. And of course, our 1/1800 scale ships are even, well, smaller. You think he's small? Well, there you go. There's about a 750-foot long ship that's not all that. I mean, it's like a rowboat for this dude. Or, well, here you go. This is more like an 800-foot long ship right there. That again is like a little canoe for him. And by the way, same oil paints for everything. Whether it's a tiny little hobbit, whether it's an even smaller 1/1800 scale ship. Well, technically, our Battlefleet Gothic stuff is even smaller than those ships. Yep, it's even smaller. And of course, well, we have our. Let's see, do we have one of them that's easy to reach? Well, not quite. Our basically 72 mil scale stuff. Oh, here's one. Yes, Wapelius Spellbrush, right there. So that's so you can see how much bigger he is, because he is basically 72 millimeter scale right there. Again, all of those pretty much painted on stream. Also, some of them painted in our tutorial videos on the Patreon page, of course. And now this is going to start to look fairly different here as we start to add some of our lighter gold. And you can see it's mixing with the blue. It's also mixing with some of the Indian yellow that we did for our little bit of shading type glaze there. So that is very, very different than just a second ago. Hashtag no layers. Oh yeah, Goran, definitely please share your Insta there. because we want, of course, going right, we want people to see what folks are doing with the oil paints. That's very important. So yeah, if you don't mind there, going sharing that. There you go. Everybody please check out the Instagram link that Goran just posted. And of course, everybody check out that Instagram link that Salzburg Lisa just shared too not long ago. Definitely do that. And just like Camda was saying, you really you want to try to make sure that whatever it is that you're doing, you really do enjoy it. It's supposed to be your fun thing, right? You don't want your fun thing to turn out to be an awful lot like, well, a work thing, for sure. And of course, changing back and forth. Maybe for a while you're doing maybe some larger scale stuff. Doing the smaller scale stuff then might give you a little bit of a fresh perspective, so that way the large scale stuff doesn't get to be too repetitive. And like I said, maybe you end up just making a discovery or something like that as you're using or painting something that maybe is a whole lot smaller, because you just have to think about it in a different way. I mean, it's one of the reasons why we go back and forth, say, between 2D and 3D. So again, everybody please check out those Instagram links there. And again, everybody please give Salzburg Lisa a follow if that is possible. Go ahead and do that. Yeah, we're gonna just let that stuff that's already there mix with the stuff that we are putting on here now. No problem there, Salzburg Lisa. Yep, Goring. Oh, that's it. That's got to have a new one of these. The less is more and more is way too much. So I got to remember to do that one. That's going to be very important again. So, the Book of Wapple has many chapters. We're kind of getting through the things must be messy chapter, but then we also can't forget about contrast, right? It is more than just light versus dark. Now we're really getting into the metals, right? They always reflect their surroundings. Also with oil paints, right? You can thin the oils, but you cannot. There we go. There we go. You can thin the oils, but you can't dilute them. And of course, less thinking, more doing. Less thinking, more doing. Thinking is bad, doing is good. Theory hammer is no better in painting than it is with dice. Yeah, this is a sort of a light middle tone, I guess, with our gold stuff here. So Goran, you can dilute stuff with acrylics. You cannot do it with the oils. That's why when we're doing our object source lighting, we can, like say on Grievous or whatever, you can basically thin that. If it's a white or a white mixed with something, it can pretty much be 90 something percent thinner. It's still going to cover like white. That does not happen with acrylics or watercolors, because there it's getting diluted. You cannot dilute with oil paints. You can make the paint super thin. The diluting stuff, not going to happen. Indian yellow is Indian yellow, whether it's 99% thinner or 0%. Still Indian yellow. Now we're going to do more of our, let's get a little more of that lighter stuff down in there. And that's why we have those chapters of the Book of Wapple, because it's kind of easy to remember something like that, as opposed to something that's more of a detailed, long form thing, whatever. Just like, oh yeah, that's right, you can dilute them if they're acrylics, but not if they're oils. Or same thing in watercolors, you can dilute them. I'm trying to come up with a catchy capillary action thing there, Camda. Something that will easily fit on a page of the Book of Wapple. I mean, obviously we do our little show and tell, right, with the thinner down on the work table here to show people the capillary action of both the oils and, well, the not capillary action of the water. And of course, oh, using the water washable oils. That was really shocking there, right, Camda? I mean, I knew that was probably going to be the case, but to actually see it play out is one thing. Talking about it is one thing. Seeing it play out is a whole other thing. So here again, this is where we got that darker blue primer. We're going to lighten that up with some of our gold-ish type colors there. So see you later there, Goran. Have yourself a fantastic Saturday there. Yep, Camden, like with watercolors, that was something we used to do. We called it palette sludge. Actually, I was going to try and make an oil paint called palette sludge. We would basically just take whatever was kind of left on the palette, whatever like dirty water was left on the palette, and we would kind of do a little bit of a wash over the top of our painting, and that would kind of tie colors together. Yeah, you can't do that with oils because even your sludge would still be more potent than some acrylic colors. And some of the brands we're using here: Winsor Newton, Williamsburg, Gamlin, Richardson, now Paul Rubens, also Cobra, I guess you could say. Yeah, I guess technically now there's 6 brands. Gamda. Yep, there's 6 brands. Actually, Gamda, I also, among other things, when I got the thinner there to try and get to the free shipping, I got some more of the illustration boards because, believe it or not, I've been cranking out so many colored shirts and so many paintings. All of a sudden, I looked and I'm like, we're starting to run a little low on these things. So yeah, there's actually another box of 40 of those coming here. Because yeah, I looked around and went, oh boy, we are running really low on these things. And there's a whole bunch of colored charts that I want to do for where I think we're going to do a video with comparing different greens together. Because I have a bunch more greens now. Yeah, we're just getting down to some of our. This is not our lightest gold by any stretch of the imagination. It's also not our most potent gold color. We're also going to be doing a little bit of dark glazing back into some of this too. So right there, that's actually very, very, very thin. It's not a pin-lined wash thin, but it's thin. That is so that it covers, right? Because thin paint sticks to thick paint, and vice versa. Well, how could we paint with oils if thinning it diluted it? Camda, I might actually have to employ some of those. I know it well. I know I was going to have to, and I have to employ some of those canvas boards and canvases to paint the backdrops for these videos. Not so much for the like the video or the like a big table wide backdrop, but individual backdrops for miniatures. So you might be seeing some Easterling landscapes there, Camda. Probably won't be painting those on stream because, well, that canvas is going to be way too big to fit on camera here. But I will try to do those as tutorial videos. Again, painting backdrops. Because as I've learned, it's a little bit easier if you want to have so and so moving through a city. It's better to just kind of maybe have the city already painted on there with the miniature just photographed in the foreground. Trying to sneak in that lighter stuff down in there, and now we got to get some of that down here too. All right, now we can start to maybe get some of our even lighter gold color here. So quinacridone magenta is something we're using more often. Now again, that's not a staining color, so that is really more something for dark primed figures. The sap green is something that I'm only using it because it was one of those oh gosh, one of our Alkyd colors that I got on clearance, and I kind of, oh, okay, it does have some interesting uh, properties to it. Again, not a staining color either. The alizarin crimson is I'm not really a fan of any of the alizarin kind of set of colors. I have some of them mostly because people gave them to me. I definitely prefer the perline colors, so perline red, perline crimson. When you look at what would you say, the little info that Williamsburg has about them, kind of the perlines are definitely a much stronger, more powerful, deeper red than the alizarins. Those tend to be very weak by comparison. Now, well, let's see. I was going to say things like Mars Yellow Deep and all that, but if Williamsburg are out, I think you've got yourself a Terra Rosa. I'm fairly certain of that. Now, I'm pretty sure you got yourself an Indigo. Pretty sure you got yourself a Dioxazine Violet. I'm pretty sure you got yourself an Indian Yellow. Trying to get a little bit more of the light on the edge of this here. A little something along the edges of these guys here. I think we're probably going to be coming back with our darker colors here. To sharpen up some edges, that sort of thing. Now, of course, the Windsor Newton Indian Yellow is certainly not it's not like the Williamsburg Indian Yellow, but I'm pretty sure the Williamsburg Indian Yellow is probably a Series 3, right? It is, yeah, it's a Series 3. So you could almost buy two Windsor Newton Indian Yellows for that price. But we say it all the time, you're going to get what you pay for. Well, usually. Sometimes there's a weird little surprise, but typically when you pay for a Williamsburg cohort, you're getting a good solid Williamsburg product there. And of course, we're going to do a little extra free handy stuff on the shield, so you can see already just the difference there, right? And then here, the difference from the glazy phase to this phase. Nice to see you there, Rocket. So Rocket, there's been lots of exciting discoveries here of all types which that always makes me happy when there are lots of new discoveries. Whether that's with our painting stuff, our terrain stuff, our music generation stuff, whatever it is. And there's been lots and lots of new things learned. So Celia, there, Goran, you have yourself a good Saturday there. Appreciate you being here like always. Again, trying to do what we can here on our Easterling guys, trying to really fill out as much as we can with this army. Don't be surprised if you see me painting like a dozen merchant guard, because among the things I was bequeathed was, I think, a dozen of the old classic metal GW merchant guard for Harad. I think I painted maybe 3 or 4 Diwali ones. So yeah, apparently we're going to be painting a whole big batch of those because, well, that I wrote that into one of my songs about the merchant guard. Ah, that's fantastic, Rocket. This was really, really, really fun. We'll have to paint the old. We'll have to do classic BSG too, right, Rocket? I think that would be super fun doing that. Again, I'm just going to try and catch some of my little extra light here. This is not the latest light either. Again, it's kind of in the neighborhood, but it is not our latest light. We haven't even gotten into any of our greens or anything like that here. Oh, and by the way, we just crossed the 2-hour plateau. Let's see, we got these 6 guys out here. Well, now there's 5. Because, well, we're trying to have the kind of some of our steps there. I'm going to be going back, grabbing some of those, and we'll, go back to some of the marble and such. So that people can get a chance to see that again. So Rocket, I don't have that. Don't have that color. Was that brilliant yellow pale? That is always that. It was. I had a chance to use that again, Rocket, on the. Well, we're just calling on the let's see, the fungus people are truffleites. And I forgot just how nifty Indian brilliant yellow pale was. Also, now since Kathy's sister sent that big batch of paint, there's the Naples yellow. This video here, which will be going up on the Patreon page possibly like tomorrow or something. This one right here, this one, there is no white on here. The lightest color is Naples yellow. That is the lightest color. So no brilliant yellow pale, just Naples yellow. Yeah, Rocket, you never really know because what is it? Oh, the Puro Orange, as I like to call it. It's the translucent that paints like an opaque, which is really weird. Because it's not really an opaque color, but when you use it, it tends to act like it is an opaque color. And I have no idea why. That's just how it is. Very strange. Yeah, this is still not our lightest yellow here. This is just a mixture of the white with the was it the Windsor Newton Hansa yellow? Hansa. Oh, that's the other one, Rocket. Hansa yellow. Yeah, that's the other yellow I've been using. Sort of like a very poor man's cadmium yellow, I guess. Definitely not as, say, opaque as cadmium yellow. However, it does dry faster than cadmium yellow. Now, of course, Rocket, you want to share anything in the chat, please go ahead. Sorry if I forgot to ask earlier. Is this number 3 with this much lighter? Yeah, I think this is our third one now. And like I said, we're going to try and get some of our other colors in here. Some violets, even some orange, some greens. That is, believe it or not, what makes it more of a gold. Because with all this blue and gray around it and everything else, it makes it shinier, more believable as a metal surface. Because again, like the book says, it says it right here, metal surfaces always reflect their surroundings. If it's in the book, it's got to be real. That is 100% real. Let me get back to my... There we go. Did I get... I didn't get the lighter yellow over on this side. So 2 more with this lighter yellow. Then I'm going to try and get in and do some of the freehand stuff that is supposed to be on the shields. Then we got to get up here and start doing some of the metals on our pikes. We haven't really messed with those since much more towards the beginning. You can see we're always kind of rotating around, right? Not working on just one area. Constantly moving around. That's what keeps that paint from getting too overworked, from piling too much paint on there in the first place. So see you in a bit there, Camda. Yeah, Camda. Well, we're only 2 hours in. We literally have hours more yet to go. Hopefully you're not stuck at the store for that many hours, right? That would be not super fun. Well, that is unless it's a miniature painting store or like a model shop or something like that. In that case, that is different. Looking at all the 148 scale kits and all the 1/72nd scale kits, the 1/700 scale ships, of course. And yes, I still do have that scale miniature model of HMS Victory. Again, I don't know if that would fit on camera. I think that is going to be too big to fit on camera. If so, well, we'll just have to do a tutorial series on it. Because we can do that. And again, what we got here is it's still not our latest light. However, what we're going to do after this is we're going to come back with, I think, a little mix of the asphaltum and Indian yellow. Also maybe some of the violet and Indian yellow. And really get down and define some of our darker shapes in the armor and such. Well, on the helmets too. Yeah, we need to do those. Never did get the underside of his eye there. Alright, I think we got one more to do with this. Okay, Just to get a little bit of light on the top of this. Now, by the way, the reason why we're doing this kind of blue gold coloration here is the idea is it signifies that Black Dragon upgrade. So instead of having to guess who is basically a regular Easterling troop and who is a Black Dragon upgrade, if you see a more traditional Easterling color scheme, you know that is, well, a non-Black Dragon upgrade. So the color scheme is actually, it also is about gameplay, just like our basing and our terrain. Yeah, we're going to get some of our light here along the top of our armor bits there. A little more of that down here too. More of our, yeah, a little bit more of that light along the edges of the helmet. We still will be going actually even lighter than this, because this is not white. It's pretty light, but it's definitely not white. Ah, yep, I'm on top of his little bunny ears up here. And these already look so very different from one of our other steps where we kind of had stopped, so that people could get a little look-see at the step-by-step process. Further back here with the light. Might have to do that on some of the other ones too, I think. Let me go back to some of these guys here, do the same deal. That one a little bit too much. Oh, look, we have a blending brush. It's like an eraser. Basically, wiped all the nasty stuff away. All the scary things are gone now. And again, we are using the alkyds here, which means they don't just dry faster, they set faster, right, Doji? How you doing there, Doji? I'm sure that you were able to have a fabulous bakery run achieved there. Oh, speaking of bakeries, Doji, so as I talked about last night on the stream, I did that forced march to get to that post office, which is, again, that's like a just about a 5 mile hike there. There is one silver lining, Doji, because on the way there, I perchance to see a bakery. So yeah, Doji, I think shipping runs are also going to be bakery runs. Yeah, because on the way back, I'm gonna get me some baked goods. Yes, indeed. So again, it was not all for naught. Oh, well, fair. Well, you just heard the report about the. You just heard the report about now. I've got my. It looks like I have a potential bakery to stop at when I'm doing this big hike to the post office. So yeah, Valfera. Sometimes things that are not ideal, that sometimes they yield some fun stuff. And of course, Valfera. I think I sent you these images, but they're kind of fun to actually get to see on screen. All new things of the Book of Wapol. So things when they start out are messy, but of course we all know how important contrast is and how it's way more than just light versus dark. Right now, we're doing metals, right? We're reflecting them on their surroundings. When we get back to doing some of our more starting stuff, we're going to see another example again of how the oils can be thinned but not diluted. And of course, thinking is bad, doing is better, which also helps to avoid this whole perfection is the enemy of completion. So, yes, brand new Book of Wapo images. So Valfira, this is most likely, I'm guessing that it's a Mexican bakery, which is good because, well, my next door neighbors, they closed theirs down last year, the year before, maybe two. No, well, I think it was back in 2021 or so. A lot of things closed then. So Valfira, there's no way to have an animation there. Those are separate screens, and that's something that I'm going to try to make for some of the videos there, Valfira. But yeah, there's no way to have that play here because those take a ton. Holy smokes, that would take a whole ton of resources there. Now let's get to some of this lighter stuff here. Where's my lighter blue? Okay, there we go. Not too light. Holy smokes. Let's back off of that just a little bit. There we go. So Velfair, I hope that the physical therapy stuff wasn't well. Obviously, it was strenuous enough to make you get knocked out. So yeah, those are separate screens. Those are not in. That's not one animation. That was what, six different screens or whatever. Yeah, and the other thing, Velfira, and well, we're gonna find out. So you may be getting some really weird animations, like test animations, over the next week or so. Because that is, believe it or not, Velfira, that is for practice, not so much for like the whole Book of Wapo thing, but for the other videos where essentially you're using those keyframes. So that would be something where you say, okay, image one turns into this, image two then turns into this thing in image three, and so on and so forth. Nope, Velfira, that was just me pressing a whole bunch of buttons and going, oh wow, that actually worked the way it was supposed to. Because the other animations did not. I mean, I can show you this one. Oh, no, not that one. This one here. Yeah, so see how you're actually, the background is moving? Well, I tried doing that like half a dozen times. On a scene, I just said pan the camera along the street and it wouldn't do it. All it did was mess around with the torch light. And after that many attempts, I basically kind of gave up. And it wasn't until I had that guy and I was trying a whole different thing. And I went, okay, well, now it's actually moving the camera around the way I wanted to because there's a subject. And I told the subject to move. Yeah, I'm glad it wasn't too, was reasonably successful there, Valfira. So yeah, Valfira, basically, if we're trying to climb Mount Everest, uh, at least now we made the flight to Tibet, or I mean we made the flight there. We're not even at base camp yet. Those animations right there, that's just me getting. I finally have my plane tickets. It could take at least several more weeks just to. I'm hoping not that long, but it will probably take at least a couple of weeks before we at least maybe get to a base camp. Well, Salzburg, Lisa, thank you so much again for the raid. Everybody, please give Salzburg, Lisa a follow. And Lisa, if you wanted to post your stuff one more time before you go off to bed, that'd be great. Unfortunately, Velfira, there is no pharmacy over here. That's where I used to send the mail. Yeah, that's where the pharmacy used to be. It was literally right next door to the pharmacy. Yeah, unfortunately, Velfira, this is again about Well, it's overall. I think it was 4.88 miles. That is the distance to this post office. So you figure it's about. Oh, and of course there was a train. Yeah, it was. I've been stuck by a train at that intersection hundreds of thousands of times. That was the first time on foot, Valfera. Thank you so much for the raid, Arid. Everybody, please give Eridican Wife a follow if you could. And of course, Arid, like always, if you want to share your Pinterest links in the chat, please go ahead. Everybody, check out that Instagram link that Salzburg Lisa just shared. And thank you so much again for the raid. So, Arid, I'm sure that the stream was fabulous. Thanks, Salzburg Lisa. Appreciate that. Have yourself a fantastic Saturday, too. Well, Valfira, you're kind of going from the city into the suburbs because we are basically at the farthest, what would you say, end of the city here. So yeah, things start to change a little bit. Let's put it that way. Nice to see you there, Surface Tension. Oh, and go Arid. I don't think you had a chance to see the very end of our Battlestar Galactica, did you? So they, oh, I think the same thing, right? Surface Tension. You didn't get to see the end of Paneline Galactica right there. Yeah, that's Paneline Galactica. So yeah, Valfira. Actually, Valfira. Well, there's Argo. That's the other thing, Valfira. There's Argo High School that you're walking right by. So you're not going to have a lot of pharmacies by the high school. So yeah, surface tension. That was pretty wild. Like we were saying, right? The panel lines had panel lines. Now again, we are working on not one, not two, but basically 12 of these guys right now. We have 5 right now on the pallet. They're out here on the work table. I've been trying to essentially keep a few of them. Here we go. I think we can do this. Yeah, these are reasonably close here. So our dark blue primer, our initial little lighter dry brush stuff, then we did the glazy stuff, and now we're doing this. So you can kind of see, this is like the old days, right, Valfera, of our Saturday challenges there. Look at that. So again, that's your four stages that we've been roaming through here. Yeah, we get these off to the side real quick here. And now Valfira, I wonder. Well, let's see. We'll see. Ooh, let's break this out, Valfira. Let's do this. Let's do this right here and compare two that have some value and some that don't. Oh, I'm gonna do this. Oh, Valfira, we never really had a chance to do this. No, oh, it's too bad this is. Oh, it's not one of our later ones. Oh, yeah, that's right. Oh, Valfira, it was almost there. Could have made a very interesting thing because these had. This is not my latest lights here. These two would have looked identical, just with the dry brush stuff. These two would have looked almost identical in our film noir. Yeah. Oh boy, Valfira, that would have been pretty cool. But we're doing the horsies. I got to remember tomorrow to do that with the horsies, so that we can one that literally is black and white but has almost the same value as this. That would be super cool to see, I think, Valfira. Oh, that's good. Now, are they more Highland miniatures there? Surface tension. Oh, and of course, surface tension. Please share your stuff in the chat too. Sorry about that. It's like I keep forgetting something. What am I forgetting? And everybody, please check out you posted your Pinterest link, right, Arid? Again, also everybody, please give Arid Cam Wife a follow if you could. Now, this is that darker violet we were talking about. darker violet. I think surface tension, I sent you a whole bunch of images, right? And I think I might have sent you now all of the animations that I have. Surface tension, I think, believe it or not, I've had a Last Sword subscription for as long as I've had the Highland miniatures. We've actually painted some of the Last Sword stuff on stream, believe it or not. I did a mass download of basically everything I have of theirs, oh gosh, a couple of weeks ago. So you will be seeing some of that. Everybody check out that Mastodon link there that Surface Tension just shared. So Velfero, hopefully I will have animations to show you. I don't know about tomorrow, but maybe Sunday or Monday I might have some new animations. Velfero, I just painted that out. I just wanted to have it just be BSG. I figured, well, I might want to paint another one or two or three or four more BSG paintings, right, Velfera? Why stop at one when we could do more? That would be terrible, wouldn't it, Velfera? More BSG paintings? Actually, Velfera, speaking of BSG, I gotta try to print those. Who knows? I might actually print it really small, Velfera, instead of trying to print it, big. Maybe I should try and print it Battlefleet Gothic size and just paint it that size. And then try to do all the panel lines, right, Velfira? So surface tension, it is a little bit, it's kind of stylized, but I think what it is, it's kind of like a less GW Highland miniatures, because Titan Forge is definitely much more. Titan Forge is almost like a combination of Artisan Guild and Highland miniatures. I think Last Sword is a little bit less old Warhammer style, I guess. Velfir, there was, oh man, somebody had like, it was a, actually, I think I have some like Cylon figures, like the old school Cylons in my Cults 3D cart, but somebody also had I think it was like $40. It was one of the new Centurion Cylon busts. That's I was wondering if you concurred on that surface tension. It's kind of that was my kind of takeaway on them. That is a little bit more, yeah, a little bit less of the stylized. Now again, here's that much darker violet in some of these areas here. Let me darken up the fingers. I suppose there are two. Well, his gloves anyway. So now a little bit of edge contrast here. Yeah, Velfira. Let's see. What are the two things I have from game? Oh yeah, the well, Babylon 5 and Battlestar Galactica. Ironically enough, or no, maybe not the Battlestar Galactica. Oh, it was a Galadriel figure. That's it. Oh, you know what? Let me go back. I gotta get the really dark red on that gem there. I almost forgot. Also, some darker there too. Surface tension. That's a meme in the making right there, right? Surface tension. Is that Galadriel with the one true ring, surface tension, Battlestar Galadriel? I mean, believe, I don't know. I think that kind of is. I think that's what it is. Oh, that's right. Still at the oh yeah, space above and beyond. Still have to find viewing options for that. Well, either that. I mean, there is one guaranteed viewing option, and that's just get DVDs. I don't even know if they're available. No idea. Velfair, their stuff's that's not the easiest stuff to print out, really. Actually, I think I have a Is it Game Bodies? But I think there's actually like a Wonder Woman type of a diorama, and I do have that. I even printed out a bunch of the pieces, but I think some of them didn't necessarily 100% print out. Nice to see you there, Inganes. Happy Saturday. Everybody, please give Inganes a follow. And like always, Inganes, if you want to share some stuff in the chat, please go ahead and do that. Everybody, again, give Inganes a follow because Inganes also does fabulous oil painting. So please go check out Inganes. So again, we are continuing here the start of our massive Easterling painting phase here so that we can fill out the ranks for photography purposes. Everybody check out that Instagram link that Ngane has just shared. And everybody, again, please give Nganes a follow if you could. Oh, yep, here too. Also, get up there. So see you later there, Doji. Well, we'll see you on your Sunday. I know that the 1-to-1 scale project is kind of starting to draw to a close there. I think my 1-to-1 scale gardening project is that's almost about to go active now because some of those seedlings they're starting to turn into plants. Yeah, some of those they're getting kind of on the big side there. I think I got a little bit too dark on some of our things on that right there. That's okay. We got to come back to it anyways. No big deal. Not a problem. We haven't even done any of our greens or violets or anything like that on some of our metals here anyways. Plenty more to do. I guess we're both going to be doing the gardening part then almost at the same time there, Doji. Believe it or not. Yours is going to be much snazzier than mine. Mine is pretty much just if it grows and I can eat it, okay. Actually, I still have to deploy the. I think tomorrow I might be deploying the Irish Spring on pikes. So yeah, surface tension, which is hilarious because I was working on my Candish song, and one of the verses there, I think it's the chorus, yeah, talks about heads on pikes. So who knew that my Candish song was actually about gardening? I guess well we believe in multidiscipline things here, so yeah, why not have our combine Lord of the Rings and gardening together? So Valfira, I think I'll send you pictures tomorrow. Valfira, they're the pots were, I want to say they were about maybe, what are they, like 1 quart sized or something like that. Yeah, these weren't tiny little. They're not that. They didn't even start out that small, Valfira. Which is why I'm kind of hoping to just go directly from these pots right outside, so they'll be a little bit bigger instead of like just a really, really, really tiny seedlings. So see you later there, Doji. Have yourself a good one. Did I? No, 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 no. I'm gonna get me a little bit of dark there. Now, get rid of this. I'm gonna grab one of these guys. We gotta do something on. Look at this. We have that oxide, that green oxide there. Where is? Fine. Just grab some of this. Need to start breaking down some of this other brown. That's going to be a very interesting sort of brownish gray color there. Let's see how. Okay, good. Yeah, that's going to mix with what we have there. Very nice. Because painting all the spear handles and stuff is usually never, ever, ever any fun. It's always kind of painful. This makes it a whole lot easier. So yeah, Vilfred, these are relatively large pots here. Considering how that's why the seedlings look so tiny in them. I basically just grabbed whatever I had that either was a pot or could be used like a pot. Next year, there's I want to have those disposable ones, Valfira, right? The ones that you can basically, they're like cardboard, right? And you can just chuck basically the whole thing in the ground. And the cardboard just kind of dissolves, right, when you just chuck the whole thing in the ground. Because if that's how it is, and I remember, well, then we're good to go. All right, so that is a thing, Valfira. I wasn't just imagining that. Peat pots. Oh, yes, there we go. Because I think my mom used to get those, or maybe my brother got those. Yeah, the peat pots. Well, Valfira, you just earned yourself some homework. You know what I'm going to ask. So surface tension says that you can also use the little toilet paper roll parts there. Valfira, I have. It's supposed to be here, I think, well, like in a matter of hours. Like potentially as soon as 5.5 hours from now. There's supposed to be another. It's basically like almost like a UV water kit. Uh, Basically, like for crafters, they use them. They'll have like a little metal ring, right? And they'll put some silicone, or they'll put some of the UV in there. Then they'll use the. There is a light that comes with it. So I'm going to compare that to the 405 flashlight and see how that works. Let's see, stack them in a seed tray, and it doesn't matter that they don't have bottoms. Yeah, surface tension, when it comes to next season, will definitely, well, obviously, I've got the water or the solar powered drip irrigation system now. I started out with nothing for gardening, like literally nothing. So hopefully, by next year, we'll have a better idea of the stuff that I might want to have. And it'll all be in place ahead of time. Thank you so much, Velfair. Appreciate that. You know what? I'm just going to use some of this white here. Whatever's. Again, still making use of these golden maple brushes here. There we are. Okay, yep. Gotta get this stuff on the underside here. And there. More. And here we go. Okay, almost using it a little bit like a miniature filbert brush here. It's the Welshland the Welshlandia climate is not going to allow for things like outdoor activities today. Well, let's see. When I did the forced march to the post office there, it was about 90 degrees or so, and you'll get a kick out of this surface tension. That was the first time in all the years I've lived here, of the many hundreds of thousands of times I was stuck by a train at these tracks. It was the first time I was on foot in my life, which I found hilarious. So yes, if I have some mosquito bites on me, it's because I was trying to take refuge in this tiny little park. Let me see where my green is on these. Okay, let's get some of our greenish grays going here. So I tried taking refuge in this park here where there was some shade, but then all of a sudden, all the bugs were like, "Oh wait, there's one of these humans. We can eat him." Nope, it was on the way there. And again, I wasn't quite sure how long it was going to take to get over there. And well, let's put it this way: the street that you have to cross is basically like a highway. So you don't just kind of like jaunt across the street. You have to sprint across the street, because just because you have a light that says walk, it doesn't mean there's not going to be a truck trying to run you over or something. So it's not a, yeah, you don't just kind of jaunt your way over there. And then, of course, yeah, on the way there, the neighbors were trying to talk to me. I'm just, look, normally we do all kinds of fun conversations. I got to get a move on here. The other thing here, one second, let me get this fixed up again, is that, oh, and then we did go, okay, that's what I wanted to see, was what did we do on the bunny ears? Okay. Well, well, unfortunately, that wouldn't work, because getting it over the train tracks, that would be interesting. Because, yeah, it's not just like one little set of train tracks. It would be a mighty rough ride for whatever's in that cart, that's for sure. Now, what are those ATVs? Is that what they call them, Velfira? Those four wheelers? Now, that would be a different story. Yeah, that's what we'll use, Velfira. We'll get ourselves one of those four wheelers. We'll take that to the post office because those are totally street legal, right, Valfera? I do actually have Valfera. One of the when Kathy was working that job and way out, like 60 miles away or whatever, I did get a for doing laundry Valfera. I did get one of those you kind of, that you drag behind you and stuff. So again, now we're putting some of this grayish green out here. Then we're gonna get some oranges out here. Now we're not gonna be growing those in the garden. Ironically enough, surface tension, the technically the post office that's supposed to be my post office is further away. And the guy even said in there, he's like, "Yeah, man, that clearing post office, that's nowhere near you." Well, surface tension, keep in mind that for the last 13 years, I've been dropping off my prepaid packages at literally at the pharmacy, which is a block and a half from my house. The only reason this is even part of the conversation is, well, that pharmacy closed because the guy had run that for 45 years or something like that, and he just wanted to sell it and retire. So, yep, the pharmacy closed, and that was the end of shipping there. Now, how much? Yeah, let's get some of our oranges in there. We're going to try and get some of our even lighter golds in there too. Now, I suppose if you wanted to wait for not one but two buses, so that'd be four buses both ways, you could take that to the one post office, but then you'd also have to be paying the bus fare too. Surface tension, it all kind of depends, right? Because there's obviously a whole bunch of people that live really close to this post office. And well, let's put it this way: when I worked downtown, walking 5 miles that was an everyday kind of thing. Because if you wanted to get anywhere downtown, you walked. So I would say when I worked downtown, probably between commuting back and forth and then trying to find food and then also hitting the different stores in the area for like art supplies and stuff, wasn't unusual to walk at least 7 to 8 miles a day. And of course, that's urban hiking, which is a little bit different. The threat level is a little bit higher from getting run over by something. Or in the wintertime, having giant chunks of ice fall on you from, I don't know, about 800 to 900 feet over your head. You could always tell the people that worked downtown because they used like Lower Michigan Avenue and Lower Wacker Drive for that very reason. So yeah, downtown, the Loop is a massive business district. That's not just businesses there. You're talking about massive corporate headquarters there. I mean, I think you've seen images of the Chicago downtown. While there are now a few, shall we say, residential buildings in those skyscrapers, the vast majority of those skyscrapers, those are all office buildings. So you probably have at least 1.1 to 1.2 million people that are going downtown to work on a daily basis. We're really going to get in some of our really light lights here. Oh yeah, that's right. I got to start doing some of the well, the minor freehand on the shield. There's not much, but there's some that we want to do on there. Get a little bit more of our light over on that side. And more here. Let me work some more of this in here. Again, that really light stuff there. More of that here. And again, I gotta try and get me some of that, some of the orange and stuff up here. So wish me luck, surface tension, on the next set of video generation. That's one of the reasons why we're painting all these extra Easterling figures, is to kind of start gathering. It's a gathering storm of miniatures there. And then also some more terrain that has been primed. Well, primer painted really. Ironic enough, surface tension here. The suburbs have downtowns. Yeah, so it's not just there's the city and the suburbs, and also too. Well, we talked about the size of the metro areas here, right? Surface tension. So again, can really see again the difference between here, which is that's our glaze stuff that we did right over the top of some of our dry brushy stuff. Oops, that was a little bit more than I wanted right in that spot. No problem. We'll come back and take care of that. No big deal. So these figures here, again, these are some ancient GW figures that were gifted to me. Actually, oh, what was it, about a month ago or so? Somewhere around a month ago. We have, let's see, 3 different Mumaks that we have to paint that are basically almost ready for painting. Then there's also 2, oh, let's see, I think 3 other Mumaks that were printed out. But some of those are going to be for Far Harad, not for just regular Harad. Pretty sure that Mumaks are not going to fit on screen here. So I don't visualize us painting Mumaks on stream. Again, I Could be wrong about that, but I'm fairly certain we're not going to be painting Moomox on stream. That's just a little bit too big, again, to fit on screen here. The Howdah alone would probably be too big, which is why I am painting one for the Patreon page, because there I can use a much larger setup because I'm not trying to live stream it. Actually, surface tension, I'm pretty sure, I think it was last Sword, there was like a, one of their newer releases is a Hydra or something like that, some kind of multi-headed critter. I'm pretty sure that was from last Sword. Yeah, you would think with two Anycubic Mono X printers that could kind of keep up with all this stuff, but there's also that minor thing of, well, you printing it is just part of the, the fun. You have to also do all the final prepping and basing. I think I think that'd be super fun there, surface tension. So there we go. Get a little bit of light on the top of that now. And for whatever reason, I noticed that my Soraya simple was back down to 22 bucks, so I got me another container of that. And I think Valfair, I don't know if you were in the stream earlier, but that, remember that cleaner that I was talking about that's been out of stock for like a month and a half or 2 months? Well, that was back in stock again, and I got that literally just before the stream. That's one of the last things I did before the stream was get me another container of that. Tempted to maybe even grab one more. Maybe that's the thing I'm thinking. I might be thinking about that. Either that or a chimera or something. It was something riding something, that's for sure. So again, we're just trying to find some of our latest lights here. We're going to try and do a little bit of the... Nope, I need this guy here because I think here it is, yeah. So I want to do that stuff on the shield here. Let me get him up there where I can actually maybe see that. Oh, by the way, 3 hours ago, none of these guys had paint on them. So we've kind of been continuing. There's 6 of them, but there's also like another 5 or so that we started, and we're gonna get to those too. I wanted to save those so that we could kind of show this step-by-step sort of thing in progress, and then actually kind of go back and, well, start fresh with some new ones, like some new marble. I could definitely use me some of this surface tension. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. Actually, surface tension, are you still going to go out into the Welshlandic air for the stroll with the hound there? I swear, surface tension, I'm going to have to try and do some practice videos, like some practice Welshlandia videos, to see if it, like for weather, like those mist effects there, surface tension. Because I'm sure there's plenty of places in Middle Earth that had, well, that kind of an effect, right? The misty effect. Oh, like the dead marshes. There you go. Nothing like comparing your home area to the dead marshes. Now, of course, surface tension here, it's been the death orb in the sky. Actually, how warm did it get down there, Valfera? It almost seems like you and I pretty much had the exact same thing going on. I was hoping, Valfera, that if it just like picked a lane and just stayed hot, that would maybe not drive the allergies quite so nuts. Because I'm pretty sure you've always said it's that bouncing up and down kind of thing that really just makes things go bonkers. I might. Okay, that was way more of a light dot than we needed there, but that's okay because I still have to come back with my darker stuff. That's all right. So yeah, that's probably about what we had here. I think actually that's why everybody up to the north of us keeps getting crushed. Because when you have enough of a, even if it is humid, if you have it super hot like that, sometimes that difference between air temperature and dew point, if it's like 20 plus degrees, that really kind of knocks out some of the nastiest stuff. I think up north it's been cooler, but that also means that the dew point is closer to the temperature. I mean, this is a meteorological channel, right, Valfera, amongst other things? It's also an astronomy channel. No, also a gardening channel, right? It's an agricultural channel. To the point where I still am convinced that big ag and big oil or big acrylic are going to combine because they feel like there's an alliance here between the fellowship and the gardeners union. All right, a little bit more of a light there. I wonder, I did get my darker violet in there, it looks like. Yeah, here, the little skelly friend, we're going to get some lighter stuff on him too. Just a little bit of the make it epic basing scully bits there. Nothing fancy. Oh, yeah, let's stick with this and let us do some of our little mini bits of freehand here. Yeah, nothing super fancy. I think it starts right here in the middle. Yep, right off of that. Not too much paint on there. Let me get rid of some of that. I think we got it now. The dew point is all you're stepping in it, right? Surface tension. It's falling on your head. Yes, in Welshlandia, the dew point is everywhere. And I think that goes all the way, yep, down to here. And then up this way. Like you do. And then what might even be a little bit of some extra in there. Again, that's a super easy way of just kind of adding a little extra to the shield there. Very easy. Because, well, if we got to replicate this dozens of times, we better make it easy enough to replicate dozens of times. Alright, we'll see you later there, surface tension. Appreciate you being here. As always, we'll see you tomorrow. Again, the plan for tomorrow is, well, it's going to be the cavalry channel again. I've got 4 cataphracts that are ready for painting. So more cavalry, more better. Actually, I think I've got another 4 at least. No, actually, no. I think there's like another 10 or so of the Easterling Cav, those cataphracts that I could try to prep. So don't be surprised if you don't see a whole other stream where we're painting some more cataphracts. I thought I had lots and lots of Easterling stuff, and then I realized I don't. Compared to some of my other armies, like say the Kandish stuff, or even Harad, I don't actually have as much. I have a lot of specialty stuff. You know, like our Troll Chieftain and all that. Our, oh, Beefy Chiefy, I think that's what we called him. Now you see where I didn't get too crazy right with all the blue here because, well, we're kind of covering that up now with a bunch of freehand. Alrighty. And here we go. And more of it here. I'm gonna get, yep, one more of these dudes. One more. Did I ever? Nope, okay, I didn't do any. I was checking because I saw him, and on his cloak we did some. Or is that Rutabi? I can't really tell if that's Rutabi or not. I just realized also too that I never actually did the Dragon Emperor on foot. I still have to paint the Dragon Emperor on foot. I just was like, huh. I have him on the Palanquin. Well, I think I printed him out. I just never painted him. I also have the Diwali version of him too somewhere. I have a whole bunch of Easterling stuff that's printed out somewhere. And away we go there. Maybe something on the boot. Nah. Maybe a little bit more of my orange here. And actually I have some, well, look at this. I have some of the cadmium orange sitting right there conveniently enough. Also, some of the Indian yellow here. Breaking that down some more. And that's got a little bit of a translucency to it as well. Ooh, big difference there. Yeah, that's what I like to see. Up there too. Yeah, nice little difference there. Okay, we're getting it. We're getting there. Surface, sorry, Velfair. I think I sent you the train song, right? The Wampoville Express song. That is another video that's going to be more of a standard type of video. Not really going to be using a whole lot of generated stuff because I have a lot of actual footage of the train. But I'm going to try to maybe do some different things in terms of the editing. I've actually been trying to watch some tutorials on Vegas Pro. That's what I use for all of my videos. Obviously, the painting videos don't really call for very many special effects or special edits, so I never had to bother with those before. But now I need to kind of do some of that more specialized editing type stuff. Because, yeah, I don't really need to be panning across the... If I'm doing a painting video like this, the camera spinning around and panning is just going to make people seasick. It's not really going to benefit very much. That's another place I need to hear. I got some of it. While I'm thinking about it, I'm going to try and chuck in a little bit of that light there. And then see again, more striations there on his helmet. That's good, Velfir. My brother really loved that. And I think I might have sent you some of the pictures of the train. Yes, I did send you pictures of the train. And again, it is nothing that is to scale or anything like that. It's all hideously out of scale. And there's literally just like children's toys on there, but that was kind of the point of it. Sectorix, I have definitely fallen asleep multiple times standing up. I've fallen asleep many times exercising. Yes, I've managed to fall asleep probably dozens of times exercising. So I can understand that. So welcome aboard again, Sectorix. Sectorix, the cure for that is more pie, more cake, more ice cream. Basically, enough sugar high to hospitalize like half a dozen people. That's what we needed. It was, again, this is like a semi-glaze. This is not like your acrylic style glaze. Remember we talked about Indian yellow. It is such a translucent color, also such a powerful color. All you need to do is basically like semi-dry brush it over something. You're not doing that with acrylics because you don't really have that sort of option with the acrylics. Well, good luck with all that, Sectorix. Good luck with all that. Yes, I think for me, the closest thing I do to detoxing is eat more ice cream. Yeah, that's a good cut. That's a good detoxing right there. Instead of only eating less or something like that, you just double the amount. And again, you might be lying on the floor in shock for a while, but once you wake up again, you'll have plenty of energy. I mean, this is a health channel after all, and also as a cuisine channel, we combine the two together. Some of the health advice might be considered unorthodox, but hey. Now, let me take a look, see at the underside of these. Yeah, okay, we do gotta, yeah, see we got the violet on the underside of that too. Here, let's do some of these. Sectrix, all kidding aside though, I can certainly see where there would definitely be some benefits to that. Definitely can see that. I wonder. Yeah, see, these two don't quite lend themselves to it as much as that one did. So all these other ones don't really provide a lot of space for that. Yeah, I can definitely, again, I can certainly see where there can be definite benefits to that. I don't think I ever did this right along here with some of our golds there. Now, let me get back to my orange up here. And I gotta get some kind of reflected light down in there. Because the gold reflects off of itself. So, yes, that would be a shadow normally, but because of the shiny gold, that actually would reflect something there, believe it or not. Okay, yeah, let's leave that as is. Also, a little more there. Oh, I think we had something bump into that. Let's get that a little bit cleaned up now, too. Where's my orange again? Go on both of those sides, a little bit up here. Also, here, let me do something there. Whoa, I thought, oh, okay, I did it maybe, oh, that's right, it might have been a raid right at that moment. I think there was. Because I'm looking at this going, we didn't get our darker edge on this part of the helmet here. That's where we're going to kind of come back and try and rescue that line a little. Back to my orange again. Okay, and more of that orange right here. Same with the orange over here. It looks like a glaze. Not a glaze. Not a glaze. Just utilizing the natural translucency of the paint that's already there. Whoa, that was way too much paint. Let's cut back on that. That needs to be cut back a little. Then I also have to restore some of the mid-tone here, but it's not going to be a yellow. That's really more like a yellow ochre. Very different. Let me see if I can't. Oh, I think I might have been using. Oh, I was looking at this thing. I might have used some weathering powders on that. I've done that for sure in the past. I've used weathering powders on things like, well, the boots. I mean, they would get kind of dusty. I mean, heck, I basically, between just doing a little bit in the yard and walking around in the city, my shoes are dusty and muddy. You would think I lived on a farm or something if I was to look at my boots. There. Boots on this guy. Yeah, I'm gonna boost a little bit my light on that too. Oh, here's another area here. Let me get a little bit of drop thinner here on this, like there. This is our not radiant or radiant green. Of course, it's about that time to start adding this. So it's another way to get some lighter colors in our golds, but also get more colors in our golds. Oh wait, let's do this. Up here too again, so we're kind of, this is where we're starting to move around here some of these greens, and because we just did all that extra orangey stuff, guess what? Those are going to stand out even more. Because as our new nifty graphics will show, contrast, well, it's more than just light versus dark, right? There we are. Get down to this guy over here. Did we do our orange on him? No, we didn't really do our orange on him. So let's do that now. So we had a little bit of that lighter stuff down over there. Orange. That's not, again, that's not a glaze. It's just a super translucent paint that we're using here. Also on his top of his helmet there. And come on. There we are. There was a little bit too much of that gunk that was stuck to the brush. I had to get rid of some of it. And Gunnies, there is, oh god, oh yeah, the Goldilocks zone. There is a Goldilocks, and I think it might depend on the camera actually there in Gunnies. But one of that, I think Kathy kind of did the same thing too. We kind of stayed back a bit because if you get too close, it just kind of I think it kind of overwhelms the camera. Believe it or not. Especially since I'm just using the autofocus, that means don't get too close to it. Because on any given day, I may have to take hundreds of pictures. So there is no taking 50 pictures of like the face of the miniature and then going into Photoshop and splicing everything together. Because all those snazzy photographs that you see, that is not a photograph. Like if you see two images, they might have combined like 10 images together to make those two images. I think one of the strategies they'll do is they'll like okay, they focus on this part of the miniature, they take a picture of it, then they focus on this other part, take a picture of it, and then they like stitch it all back together again, whether that's in Photoshop or whatever. The amount of time I have for that is zero, like net zero. So it's just point the camera in the general direction of the figure, press a button, and hope for the best. But getting too close, definitely in Ghana, that can cause some, well, as they say in some boards, that can cause some strife. No, in Ghana, actually, I have it right for you. Here you go. That's it. That's what I got right there. So this is the camera right here. So whatever, it's a Canon zoom lens, 12 by 5, 12 by 1S, whatever that is. It's always set to, is it the macro setting, whatever, and definitely can't get too close with that. You get too close with that, you're a going goose. Yeah, because basically just to animate these guys, I might have to, and there's going to be at least a dozen of them. I would have to take at least 6, 7 pictures of each guy and then process all of those. So upwards of 70 plus images just to try and get these guys going. The other thing is, well, I've been practicing with the iPad. The only problem is that creates some weird file types that tend to not want to talk to anything else that I have, unfortunately. That's something I've learned the hard way. Yeah, in Ganes, I've tried to replicate stuff that I have seen in the few YouTube videos that I watched. I tried it myself and it failed horribly. Now, obviously, it's you can't necessarily be replicating everything that they're doing, so it's kind of a you can't necessarily judge it by that because they're doing some pretty elaborate stuff. I mean, they're literally taking a whole table and using pieces of black cardboard and all this other kind of stuff. And of course, well, in Ghana, the other problem there is that, well, it might work well for, okay, individual figures like this, but for me, I have to be able to take pictures of terrain, busts, 100 miniatures at one time. Oh, in Ghana's, those clear acrylic thing, I think you've seen them in some of the pictures in Ghana's. You might, if you want to do, like, say you've got your Trench Crusade army, or whatever army you're doing, even if it's like more than 3 guys, those are really inexpensive on Amazon. But you have the clear blocks tend to work the best in Ganes. Oh, in Ganes, that sounds good. But yeah, in Ganes, those I think you've seen them, right, on all of the Instagram posts where there's multiple figures, and you can tell that some of them are sitting on top of like this kind of basically like a plastic cube, a clear plastic cube. That is a very cheap way to be able to have kind of multiple figures and be able to see them all. There's some like army painting videos where I wouldn't be able to literally not be able to photograph the miniatures if it wasn't for those. In Ganes, if you check out I think it was, remember the Orc fleet? That was actually basically like a donut display or a cupcake display. And there was basically 3 levels to it. That was the only way I could show that entire fleet. Because you're talking about 47 ships or something like that. Yeah, the only way all of those could be on the same screen at the same time was by going vertical. And when you think about it in Ganes, what is the format of Instagram and Facebook? It is not horizontal, right? It's all vertical. So you're actually kind of helping yourself out too when it comes to posting in those places by going more vertical with your format. Oh, hey, Isidore, how you doing? Everybody, please give Isidore27 a follow. Hey, Isidore, why don't you post some of the stuff in the chat? Isidore, I hope that the stream went well. Hope you had a blast on stream. Again, everybody, please give Nganes a follow, give Isidore a follow, and Nganes, why don't you post your stuff in the chat again? It's been a little while since you last posted it. Yeah, you should do that. Nope, nope, nope. Let's do the red here. So, oh, I need some of the violet. That's what I need. I'm like, what's different here? I don't have some of the greens and some of the violet. Let's get some of the violet in here. Well, that ditto that, Isidore. Ditto that for sure. I'm hoping that tonight might be the first time I actually sleep, really get a chance to sleep like this entire week. Nothing like wait until Saturday. But here's hoping that works out. Everybody check out that Instagram link that Ngane just posted. Then give Ngane a follow. Let me take this, some of this. Now let's go with this much lighter red again. Boy, I gotta really break that down. Fine, I will get a little yellow in there. Back to some of the white here. Okay, now I think we might just have our lightest red. Yeah, we got our lightest red. Everybody, please check out those pictures of Inkanis at Origins. By Inkanis, who knows? Maybe one of these days, one of these years, I might finally get a chance to go to Origins. I think is that still held at the in Columbus there, at that one sort of convention center type thing. At least I think that's where it is. This has been held for a long time. I could be wrong. The only reason I ask is because Marcon, a convention that I have been to, has been there for years. So it is there. Okay. Yeah, but Marcon, I think Kathy and I, we were basically artist guest honor there, I think twice. Let me throw some more of this on here. Also, more of my lighter red over there. Okay, we got our lighter reds on that. What about this one? We did that one too. Let's get these two. I know I haven't done it on these two. And then what I might actually do is swing back around to some of the ones that have no paint on them at all and get those caught up to these because, well, people haven't had a chance to see any of the marble or anything like that if they've only just started watching. So last little bits on these, then we're gonna if we're gonna go back in time, we will go back in time. Here, let me show you super quick here again, kind of the various points where we've been at here. So we're gonna put these out here. Grab all four here. Let's see if we can line these up reasonably well. Okay, so there you go. There's your dark blue primer. Then we did the lighter dry brush. Then we did our glaze stuff. And now you can see where we've gone. So again, that's where we started. And we've done it on this. There's 6 guys in the last 3 hours, 39 minutes. Now we are going to try and I'm going to find a couple of more guys that have nothing on them here. I know I got one sitting over here to my right. Yep, he got nothing on him. And this one has a little bit of the lighter dry brush stuff. So we'll do those two and try and get those guys caught up. Yeah, let's do that. So lighter dry brush time again here. I think it was our some of that. Where's some of our brown here? Again, just a super quick, lighter dry brush type stuff here. Nothing fancy. And then I think we go one more time over this with some uh, almost white, not quite. Just using one of our beat up filbert brushes for this. And yes, this is how all those other ones started. Was just like this. Let me just get some of this paint out of here. Ah, that's actually Isidore. Geez, I think I might have seen your post there, Isidore. Because well, Lynn was there, right, with the paint and take. Yes. Yeah, that's right, Isidore. Again, I saw all the pictures of the paint and take that Lynn posted. Nice to see you there, Grant Oracle. So Grant Oracle, this is the Paul Rubens. The faster matter white. Yeah, because believe it or not, it does actually dry faster than fast matte white. So great to see you again there, Grant Oracle. And I think Grant Oracle, I sent you a bunch of pictures and stuff too. And I think I sent you the animations also, right, Grant Oracle? I could be wrong, but I think I did. Thanks, Grand Oracle. We could definitely use a wee spot of that. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. Ooh, here we go. Wait. Now, remember earlier I said, oh, I wish we had done a film noir with this stage. Okay, so we've been hitting it here with the much lighter stuff. Just for funsies here. Let me see some. Just to indulge me here. I mean, that's reasonably close to the same guy there. All right, so we're going to do this, and we're going to do a film noir just for funsies here. Especially back here. Yes, see that? This is the first time I've ever had an opportunity to do something like this, Grand Oracle. Check it out. I mean, they obviously this is just rough dry brush here, but does it really look all that different than this? We've never really done something like this before because, well, we don't usually have the opportunities, especially lately, not doing all the army painting stuff. Now look at this. We bring this back. Wow, Grand Oracle, that's pretty wild, right? Well, if there's anything that illustrates this, I think it would be something like that. Contrast is more than just light versus dark, right? Again, that is all part of the Book of Wapple. And of course, well, we've been doing a lot of our metals here, right? And we're trying to reflect all those blues. Of course, now we're back to the messy phase. Yes, things must be messy before they can be neat. But of course, the oils can be thin but not diluted. That's the next step we are just about to do. So let's get to that now. We are going to do all the glaze stuff. So what we're about to be doing here, and we got this guy. This is what we're about to do now on here is that simple colors here and then doing some glaze stuff on here. Very simple stuff. Very, very simple size. Is this the... Nope, that's not the one. Just the one, no. Where did that go? That's where you're hiding. Found you. found you. So we begin with Prussian blue. Maybe a little smidge of our indigo. I don't need a ton of it because we're just doing these two guys here. And there. Also here. Where else do we need that? But now it's going to be red. Ah, here's our other area. Over here. Where's our other guy? Here he is. Yeah. And then we'll work on our marble stuff. Move this over here. We got a little bit of a crowd on the table here. So with there is no setting with the white, right, Grand Oracle? Because we're just dry brushing that on. So that we attack that right away. No problem there. Now this is the other. This is a whole another issue, right, Grand Oracle? This we can't be a hasty hobbit with. So here, that's why we're going to switch down to the bases, right? Because well, if I start fooling around with that, we'll have some green Easterlings for sure, right, Grand Oracle? So that's what we're going to just roll down here with a little bit of this. Oh, geez, Grand Oracle, you got to see the Battlestar Galactica thing. You never got to see the end of that. Sorry about that, Grand Oracle. There you go. So there's Panel Line Galactica in all its glory. There you go. Actually, Grand Oracle, I don't think you heard earlier, but there is, since I'm not quite sure what the quality is on that Battlestar Galactica file that I found. Again, it was a free one. Maybe I just printed up at this size. Maybe just Battlefleet Gothic size. I mean, look, it fits on screen real nice. So yeah, I might just print it at that size. Now it really makes me wish that I had the whole BSG fleet to play around with. Nobody makes one. I've checked. I've tried to find some. If anybody knows of somebody that makes like the other ships, not just Pegasus and Galactica, and not just the civilian ships, but all the other ships, well, let me know. Hey there, Neshland. Nice to see you. So yeah, Grand Oracle. I was tempted, Grand Oracle, to actually paint an Enterprise C next week because that was one of my favorite starship paintings that I ever did. It was basically Narendra 3. So you had the Enterprise C and the warbirds that it was going after. So I still have the original painting that I did years ago. And now I think it was also a horizontal format, so I think it will work for the stream. Now, of course, when I painted that, it was a little bit bigger. So we're going to be shrunk down to 5x7, but yeah, I think we might just do that. Because that was one of my favorite starship paintings to do. So happy Saturday there, Neshland. I hope that you're doing well. Yeah, just doing a little bit of blending brush here on the marble, like we do. There's some of our much darker indigo. Like so. So here's hoping that your Saturday is off to a fantastic start there, Nishlin. Now let's get the lighter veins in our marble. I had a Princeton brush handle in my hand, but instead of this, it was a filbert brush. Grand Oracle, I got myself as an experiment, essentially more like an open market version of the Green Stuff World UV water stuff. I just got that on Amazon. Well, let's see what time it is now. It's 2:33. That could be showing up in as little as 4.5 hours. Now I might just go ahead and use it on the Ericsson video. I wouldn't really, obviously, if it goes haywire, that's a bit of an issue. But gotta try it. Gotta try new stuff. So again, here's that's a little more than we wanted. So back to the blending brush. Oh, look at that. It's like it's an eraser. It is like an eraser. All right. More of that over on this side, like you do. Get more of the marble veins. Then we gotta leave that. Oh, let me get back to our darker indigo stuff here again. Blending brush. Darker indigo over here. This is how we did the first batch of stuff. And of course here we're doing this as we wait for the, you can see that's way less shiny now. Way less shiny now. Back to this brush here. We are going to do this violet stuff next, I think. Yeah, let's do this. In here. Again, if that mixes with the white a little bit, that's fine. That's okay. That is all right. Now the other set I did, I was doing 6 of these at once. No, 7. So I had a little bit more time for stuff to set. So here I'm not using quite as much thinner, only because, again, it's going to take less time to set. If I have a whole bunch of thinner there, it'll be kind of shiny for quite some time. Now, while that set, let's get the reds here. That's just a pretty simple. It's the Perline red. That will go here. Or Perline crimson, sorry. Perline crimson. Perline crimson, more of this here. So Grand Oracle tomorrow. More Easterlings. Also more cavalry. We got 4 cataphracts. If I can maybe prep 1 or 2 more, I'd like to actually have 1 or 2 more, so that we've got those kind of example figs like we have here, right? Where we have the extra ones we've got. Because what did I prep? 22 of them all total. We're about 4 hours in now, so we're tearing through our infantry pretty good. This is now figures number 7, 8, and 9 of our 12. And again, what was, oh yeah, our the dwarf stream where we were doing these guys. I think it was 9 of them in 10.5 hours. Right? Where's our dwarves? Yeah, we did 9 of these guys in a roughly 10.5 hour stream. So we're well ahead of that. So these are all of those old GW figures that were bequeathed to me. I remember I was saying, I think it was about a month or so ago. Someone they gave me 2 giant boxes filled with Harad figures, Easterlings, Candish stuff, Far Harad, which is ironic, right, Grand Oracle? Those particular armies, oddly specific, right? Also some Isengard stuff. So yeah, this is all the classic GW stuff. So you'll be seeing, oh my gosh, I'll probably be painting something like a dozen Merchant Guard because, and that we're talking about the old metal Merchant Guard. Actually, Grand Oracle, I have 3 GW Mumaks. There's the one that I was converting. Remember doing all that sculpting on. Then there was the eBay rescue that Recoil sent. But now I also have. He also sent another Mumak. So my regular Harad army is going to have at least 3 Mumaks. Then I've got at least one that's printed out for Far Harad, probably 2 actually. And there might actually be yet another one that would be like a Harad one too. So we will have a literal army of Mumaks. And basically, I want to try different things on them. So yeah, we're going to try different approaches to the different Mumaks. And much like our Harad army, which was painted, even our Easterlings, some of it was acrylic, some of it was oils, some of it was like old-fashioned oils. Some of it was more newfangled, like this. And of course, people say a lot of times, they say, oh man, I painted those years ago. How am I supposed to match them? Well, one way to find out and show them that, right? And that's to try and use all the different things we have and again, try to match colors from previous armies. And what's ironic there, Grand Oracle, is that I have been printing out Diwali Easterlings. Oh yeah, I have a whole Diwali Easterling army printed out, including the Dragon Emperor. Well, remember all the Kolbe stuff? Also Kurzluk. Also, I think Dandelion and Middle Earth might also have Easterlings as well. So yeah, I've got so many different Easterlings from different manufacturers now. I was almost tempted to kind of do like a semi eBay rescue video on this because these were most of these were primed gold, as in like metallic gold. That is not a joke. That is 100% serious. I mean, if you saw how the person was painting him, it did make sense why they did that, which gave me an idea. Grand Oracle is to just fool around with priming basically a miniature gold and then using the interference stuff and create basically metallic gold glazes to put over the top of it and see if that even works. Again, it could fail horribly, or it could succeed, or it could be somewhere in between. All of the above. Could be whatever. So yeah, Grant, I know he does have a few metallic primers. Oh god, what is Metalsmith? Remember those, Grand Oracle, the Metalsmith stuff? I don't even know if he sells those anymore. I think he might have had those at Gen Con and Adepticon. I'm not sure. Basically, what you would do, Grand Oracle, and I actually have some videos of this. I think there's some regular YouTube vids plus a Patreon vid where you take the Metalsmith primers, you mix them with the ghost tints, and basically that you're kind of making your own metal colors, which is essentially what we do, right? With the interference colors, the iridescent pearl white, same idea. Yeah, that would be the Metalsmith stuff again from Badger. So now that I've done this, then I'm going to let these guys set. I can go back and work on, guess what, my other guys that are already underway and past this point, but now they've had a chance to set a bit. So again, just things must be messy before they can be neat, and this is the messy part. Gotta be willing to accept some of the messy part first. I realize that folks, they want to see a result at the end of a work session, so they want to say, okay, I got this painted, like the face is done, or the shoe is done, whatever. Well, first of all, that slows you down like crazy. Second of all, there's a really good chance that when you go to paint the rest of it, you're going to say, ooh, I didn't realize that was quite so dark or so light. Because guess what? You just painted the whole thing out of context. If you use white primer and all you paint is the face, well, everything next to white looks dark. Let's say you primed it black. Well, you did the same thing only in reverse. Because next to black, right? So when you start getting those other colors in there, and now you've replaced the primer with actual colors, you're gonna say, ah, yeah, that's not quite what I wanted. So these two lads, they're gonna go away. You can, again, things must be messy before they can be neat. Yeah, look at that. So you two guys off to the side with you. Because I want to take maybe this brush here, and we want to add some of our, we have to get some a little bit darker here on these pikes here. Kind of a, again, a little bit of the Prussian blue, a little bit of our Van Dyke brown. We'll throw that on there. Fine, we'll use this as a blending brush. So we just got that plopped on there. Now we're just going to push that around like you do. There you go. Just darken down this side. So again, what are we at? We're at 4 hours. And let's see, now we have these. There's these 5. There was 6 and 7. And then we have 8 and 9 also sitting off to the side. Uh, ooh, yeah, up here. That needs some edge sharpening up there. A little bit there too. Might have to get some more lighter stuff here on this skelly friend. First though, gotta get this dark in place. like there. And we'll do something up here. Yeah, these Easterling pikes were always kind of weird, and they always had a tendency to break. Well, obviously, this one definitely did the breaking thing. Alright, let me get a little bit of my later stuff here for Mr. Skelly Friend. Thanks for being here, Grand Oracle. Appreciate that. Yes, boy says sleep sounds really, 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 really good right now, for sure. But hopefully you're able to get some quality sleep there, Grand Oracle, and we'll see you tomorrow. Catch you then. Come on, let me get this going here. Also, oh gee whiz, we got nothing over here. Let's get some of our gold over there. Holy smokies. Alright, we can do that. And we get some of this, take it over here. Is this still okay? That's still relatively active. That's good. Because remember, we're doing this while we let those other two figures have a chance to set. We'll take a little look-see at them, and we'll see if that's not quite so shiny anymore. If it's not shiny anymore, means that we can start doing this kind of stuff on them. And again, you can see here's some of our freehand. We might also boost some of that in the areas where it should probably be a little lighter. Okay, we'll get this lighter too. Also some of it there. Actually, even this is not the latest yellow. Oh yeah, I want to get some of the greens in here too on the shield. We didn't really do as much of that as I want. So after we do this, we got two more guys after this. Then we'll try to get maybe some lighter green and maybe some violet on the shields. We'll see. You can see here we got basically blues, violets, right? You have greens, gray, all kinds of different stuff. Not necessarily just, oh, well, okay, lighter and darker yellow. Then it's a nice yellow shield. Gold, not so much. Yellow, fine. Because, like we've revealed from the Book of Wapol, metal surfaces, well, they reflect their surroundings, don't they? One last little bit again of our later yellow stuff there. In fact, in all likelihood, this figure right here, this was probably painted with acrylics in our Easterling series. In fact, I know it was. Yeah, that was painted in acrylics in our old Easterling Army Painting series. I think it was Army Painting Series 4 or something like that. That's going back a ways, especially since I just started filming Army Painting Series 47. Yeah. Each of those Army Painting Series is 5 episodes long. They take you all the way from basing all the way through to the final completion. And ironically enough, we're about to be painting some Battlefleet Gothic bases. We need a couple areas of light and reflections here. Oh yeah, we got nothing. And here again, this is where the basically the helmet kind of reflects onto the bunny ears here. Ooh, I might have a little light, more light than I wanted. Yeah, it's okay. That's all right. Now, oh, let me do something on the boot here first, real quick, while I see it here. Because we did the other boots and the other guys. Not very much. There's a little something. Oh, and maybe some of our blue here. Okay. I guess a little later than that. And that is going to have to be enough. That's it. No more fooling around there. Ah, more of the boot. More of Das Boot over here. And there we are. Push these guys out of the. Let me see what we got with our two guys over here. Are they ready? Oh yeah, yeah. They're not so shiny anymore. Oh no, yeah, we can work on the blue. Let's just start on maybe some of the blues here first. Hey there, Derbs. How you doing? Welcome back. So, Derbs, how have you been? It's great to see you. So, Derbs, remember, once you do that, I'll send you the email, obviously after the stream or something like that. So, yeah, it's if it's at a point where, well, let's say that those rare times where I'm sleeping or something like that, not to worry. I will get you those links. And also, too, Derbs, don't forget, one of the things that's kind of at the top of the email, and I do say, you should look at this. It's we call it like a master search engine, and it's just a link. And what it does is, let's say okay, I want to do color theory in oils reds, and what that search engine kind of does is it helps you to find any color theory in oils episodes that kind of will involve reds. Now, it also will search. Now, I used to search the Twitch channel for highlights, but obviously those are all gone now because of Twitch. But yeah, that's a real important kind of master link there, Derbs. You want to definitely utilize that because now you'll be okay. Like okay, say Easterlings. You say I'm gonna type in Easterling and see which videos pop up, and in that search engine there, it'll not only bring up say the Easterling Army Painting series, but it will also bring up any YouTube videos that also involve the Easterlings. Because there's some sculpting videos too. There's all the converting stuff, right? Where's our converted war priest here? So yeah, that is also on the YouTube channel. Not just the conversion, but the painting part of that. Also, yeah, like our marble bases and stuff. So yeah, lots of that link is really crucial. Make probably make things a lot easier for you again to find out what you want. Well, Derbs, I hope that you can get yourself a nice paint set there. I don't know if you were gonna get the Paul Rubens stuff on the Amazons there, but yeah, Derbs, just once you do that, just I'll get you that email. And again, that sort of search engine type thing, Ryan spent a lot of time creating that. Again, it used to be really it was fantastic because it also again it also worked with the Twitch stuff. But again, so that's not around anymore. All of that had got deleted. So that's why we're slowly reassembling that on this channel, which Armored Wolf has also posted the link for a couple of times. Derbs, we're using a bunch of them right now. We are using a bunch of them right now. Let's see, one, two, three, four, five. So I think about 7 or 8 of the colors on the palette right now are the Paul Rubens. Now, if you get those Derbs, they don't necessarily work all that well for the pre-glaze and the staining type of stuff, which is fine because well we doing like these we didn't use any we didn't do pre-glaze on these guys since we were going to be working with the Paul Rubens. But yeah, that link right there, that search engine thing, that it's so much easier because sometimes you're like, okay, was that a color theory and oils episode? Was that whatever? If you just type in, show me stuff about reds, who knows? Who knows what would come up? I actually can't search it, Derbs, because well, I'm not signed into the Patreon. So yeah, so I can't. I can see stuff like maybe on the YouTube channel, but it won't actually reveal any of the Patreon videos to me. I'm just the guy that made them. Yeah, I don't actually get to watch them, which is now that's been a really hilarious element to that. Yep, there are the oil paints. We got them right here. Now, of course, like this is essentially like Mars Yellow Deep right here. That's a Williamsburg color normally, and also too, there's these. So these are the fluorescent oils. Now again, you got other options. You can make your own, and I do have videos for that, for making your own fluorescent oil paints. You can also get the Marion Streets, but that's got a bit of a price tag on it. Uh, Basically, 2 of the Marion Street tubes. For 2 of those, you could, and that's on Amazon. You could buy the entire set of the 12 opera colors and have some money left over. So that's the difference. Significant savings. Now, are they as, say, luminescent as maybe the Marion Streets? Well, no, they better not be. Just like, are the Paul Rubens comparable to the Series 7 Williamsburgs? Well, they better not be. Since that Series 7 Williamsburg, that one tube will cost more than an entire set of like 15 to 18 of the Paul Rubens. And like with everything, there's going to be trade-offs. There's going to be some things that are really nifty. There's going to be some things that are not so nifty. Everything's got advantages and disadvantages. Essentially, you just try to match those up as best as you can to whatever the task is at hand, whatever the project is, whatever the goal is. You say, well, okay, I can sacrifice the drawing speed for this, or I can sacrifice the pre-glaze because I'm not going to really be utilizing that. And of course, with the oil paints, there's going to be differences with each color, right? One color is not going to be like the next one, whereas acrylics, they're all kind of the same by comparison. They don't really have individual unique characteristics. Also, we do advocate very strongly to do these color charts. They show a lot of different things, not just how the color looks. You get a chance to see kind of how it handles before you're ever putting it on a miniature. And you can see it and you can kind of go, yeah, okay, that color has a tendency to be super translucent. That one is super opaque. That one's kind of almost on the shiny side. That one's a little bit more on the matte side. And again, all that happens, and you haven't really touched a miniature yet, so there's maybe a little less stress involved. And again, I learn all kinds of stuff from those color charts. Every time I do them, it's inevitable that I see something where I go, well, that was not what I was expecting. I thought for sure that would have done this or that thing. So again, that is a value all of its own. Getting a chance to maybe see something before you've painted it on the miniature. Now again, here we have a whole bunch of mess there. We're just kind of drawing in some stuff there. That's actually got to be blue. Where's my violet? There you are. Now let's get some of our lighter violet. Speaking of violet here, let's get some of the, let me get that paint out of the brush there. So again, all of these guys here we've working on, let's see, 5, 6, 7, 8, what, 9 of them here. All painted in the last 4 hours, 22 minutes. Actually, if we get these 9 Easterlings painted, and basically almost half the time of the dwarves, and technically there's a lot more going on here than the dwarves. Because the dwarves, almost half of them are just like shades of orange because of the object source lighting. They didn't have any freehand on them, that's for sure. Not like these guys where every single shield has freehand. And again, there's way more colors on these than the dwarves. Which, believe it or not, I've got to gather together all the printed dwarves, like the Erebor stuff, because I will need that for my Easterling videos, I think. I mean, I have a bunch of the goat riders, but all of the other, a lot of the other dwarf stuff that I have is all from Khazad-dûm. A little bit of reflected light on that there. There's our other guy with our violet here. Did we do that? We did that. All right, here, let's get our some of that. Might even throw a little bit more of that. Nope, that's the some of the brown got in there somehow. Ooh, now I think we're talking. Now we're getting there. Here, let's maybe lighten this up even a little bit more. This guy. And then we'll do some other stuff on our reds, and then we'll do the gold bits. And then we start getting these guys caught up to the other 6 guys. And then there is, so we got this guy, oh, and also this one here. So you can see we're kind of just pulling out of this phase here. Again, I was trying to keep some of those handy so people could see what did they look like a while ago. Where were we coming from? What does it look like our next kind of area of attack is going to be? Come on, there we go. Some of our red on that. Is there... Yeah, there is the 2 little sneaky cheeky gemstones there. Get back to the front of this guy here. Now, one of the thing about, well, and this is another thing that's different about the oils, that the reds, certain colors can be a little weird to work with just as far as their consistency goes, and what it's like trying to paint those other, or over each other. The alkyd's extra kind of advantageous when it comes to the reds because it's a whole lot easier to get because well, obviously not only is the paint drying faster, but it does this other thing we call set faster. You say, what in the world do you mean about paint that sets? Well, think about green stuff. There's a point where you just can't work it anymore. It's not cured by any stretch of the imagination, but if you try to sculpt anything in it, just kind of like, it's like rubber, just bounces back. That would be sort of what the oils are like, where they're not dry by any stretch of the imagination or cured, but they're kind of getting on the way. They're on the way to being cured. Sometimes we use that example of you got the pottery thing going on, or a loaf of bread. You don't take your dough and just shove it into the oven as soon as you've mixed it. You probably let that prove for a while first, maybe even overnight. Same thing with some kind of pottery. You want that clay to dry out before you shove it in the kiln, otherwise that pot's going to either crack or explode. Uh, both things are suboptimal. Yep, let me get some of this lighter stuff up here, much like baked beans and running chainsaws on a crowded elevator. Those are also suboptimal. So Derbs, basically there's the 3 different sets. So there's I think there's one of 20 and then there's one of 18. Now the opera colors, and you got to make sure definitely Derbs that those are not the acrylic, right? You want them to be alkyds. And that's the opera colors, that's what you're looking for. Those sometimes they go in and out, Derbs. Like every so often, for whatever reason, the opera colors are kind of not visible on Amazon, then they pop up again. Because it was that way for me, Derbs, because I wanted to get them, they weren't there. Camda had gotten them, then I got them, and I said, okay, I'm going to get me another set just to have as a backup, and then they were not on there for a while. So that's the one set that's kind of the trickiest to get your mitts on there, Derbs. That one might take a little bit of doing. And of course, Derbs, While I was at Adepticon, the price had dropped to $66 for the set of 50. Yep, dropped to 66 bucks. By the time I got home from Adepticon, well, it wasn't not only was it not 66 bucks anymore, it was even more expensive than when I had gotten them. Now I actually have myself another set that I got. It's just kind of it's there as a backup. Also, two Derbs. There's some other ones that aren't necessarily part of the Paul Rubens, um, the Windsor Newton Alkids, and that's just a few things like, say, the Indian Yellow. That's super handy to have. And again, that would be the Windsor Newton Alkids, and we've got videos on those too. They're part of the color theory and oils. Yeah, I gotta lighten up that too. Also, a little bit more of our here on the underside of this too. Yeah, where the eyes are there. But these are starting to already look very much different now. Nice to see you back there, Camda, from the store. So Camda, we've been hammering away at these. We started another two. So yeah, these are not. I was not working on these when you were last here. I know that's a huge shock. But yeah, these was not working on these when you were here last. These were both basically just, well, blue primer the last time you were here. In addition to the 6 other guys. So great to see you back there, Camda. Anything else here? Sure. Something like that. Yeah, maybe get a little bit of this light out there too. Just a little something there. Now, more of the... Okay, the asphaltum, not the red that was mixed with the asphalt. There we go. So you can see how these guys lean forward, right? That is why we did some of these kind of angled style bases, so they weren't going to lean forward quite so much. Also more, you have to get some more of that down here. So Camda, like we were talking the other day, I don't think you've really seen too many streams where we were painting basically just mass amounts of figures. Now there was the Arnor stuff, and some of the hobbits we were painting, 3, 4, 5 hobbits or something like that. I think there was the what was that, the Slanya stuff. I think we were painting again 4 or 5 miniatures at a time there. Time to swing back around to some of the later gold stuff. And look at this, we still have the yellow that is still ready to rock and roll from when we were just last using it. This is not white, by the way. really start to make a big difference. It's going to mix in with the stuff that's already on here, of course, like it does. And of course, Camden, if you wanted to share some of your oil painted stuff there in the chat, please go ahead. Actually, hopefully the partner there also is starting to feel a little bit better. Now it's been a few days, so hopefully the physical therapy stuff going well. Yeah, sorry, I meant to ask you about that, Camden. We're just trying to avoid sleep streaming here, so again, the brain might be a little bit slow on the draw. Come on, a little bit more of that yellow down in there. Whoops, too much on that brush. Let me get rid of some of that. There was like a so right away there was a big old blob of stuff on there. Nice to see you again there, Roland. Happy Saturday. So the Easterlings, the lands of ruin. When you look at the map of Middle Earth, you'll see up by Erebor there, you'll see that the big ocean, basically, an inland sea. It's kind of like a Black Sea, Caspian Sea, or something like that. That's the Sea of Rhuin. And the Easterlings, they fought at. Yeah, they were. Some of them were at Pelennor Fields, but they were mostly at Erebor, fighting up there. And the reason why they were basically the most elite of all of Sauron's armies is because they worshipped Sauron as a god. Basically, everybody else either followed Sauron out of fear, greed, whatever. The Easterlings, they were all in. So even when the ring was destroyed, all the orcs, they basically either killed themselves, ran away, whatever. The Easterlings, they kept fighting for at least 2 more days after the ring was destroyed. Again, because they were 100% all in. That would be the Candish guys rolling. Here we go. That's these guys. So the Candish forces, they were basically down south. They were east of Mordor. So yeah, these guys were east of Mordor, and they were the Variags of Cand, and they were the guys with the big chariots and stuff. There we go. So yeah, they basically kind of coming from the steppes there. And the Easterlings, a little bit more. You could say they were a bit more like the Kazan or something like that. So kind of like the folks that they had subjugated the Kievan Rus. So here's my other, okay. So you can even see now again. These are two new guys. They're already starting to look very different there. And then of course you have Harad, and then you have Far Harad. We've been doing all of those armies. So rolling again, you have Kamul the Easterling. So essentially, like the Easterling king again, they had extreme hatred of the Númenóreans, and well, pretty much for good reason too. And obviously, they had been offered power and wealth and everything by Sauron, and of course, Well, the more loyal you are, the more rewarded you're going to be. And of course, Maiar were essentially almost like gods. They were basically immortal beings, right? So yeah, the Easterlings very different from the other factions. Because when you see even in game terms, they have the highest morale slash uh, courage of all of the evil armies. Actually, when they get broken, when there's less of them, their courage actually goes up. It's actually now there's all the new changes or whatever, but their courage was actually higher than like the average like Gondorian when their numbers started to dwindle, whereas all of the other factions, when their numbers start to dwindle, they literally just start running away. With the Easterlings, they dig in even harder. So that's again, that's what makes them very different. Well, actually, you could almost think of them almost more like I think maybe he even intended them to almost be a little bit like say more of your Chinese, at least where it's positioned on the map. Because again, the Kander stuff that is definitely coming from much further south, so definitely like a steppes kind of a thing. Here we go. So Camda, the writing, it's going to be very difficult to make that gold non-metallic unless it's kind of a heftier font, if you know what I mean there, Camda. So I guess that's my. Sorry to answer your question with a question, but is that font like something that really is kind of hefty? There are actually a few of the, well, believe it or not, that's kind of what this is supposed to be right here. So there are a few where it's kind of meant to be a goal. Actually, the Loot Studios one, Camda. Yeah, the Guinevere. That was sort of supposed to be like a gold brocade type of thing. Where are you? Where are you hiding there? One second. We'll find it for you. 1 second here. There it is. So yeah, that was also supposed to be kind of a gold. Basically, Camda, you paint it like you would paint golds. Greens, purples, that sort of thing. So if it was going to be just yellow, well, it would boast, you would just maybe use like a more of a tan or a brown or something like that to shade it. So when it comes to doing the non-metallic part of it, well, guess what? You got to make it reflect, which means whatever is around it, that better be reflecting also onto your lettering. So hopefully that makes some sense there, Camden. And there we go. More of our lights over here on these. Also here. Did we get the under? Oh, no, no. We gotta get that reflection down here too. So essentially, basically like what we're gonna be doing here in a bit is again adding some of the got the violets there. You got like a almost a bluish gray right there. I'm gonna backtrack a wee bit so that I can do this little bit of, again, super simple freehand. There's nothing complicated about this because, well, again, if you have to do this dozens of times, potentially you'll want it to be something that is not really hard to replicate. Do this one now. Yep. Yeah, our next our episode tomorrow is going to be even more extreme with the gold non-metallic because, well, we got horsies, which means extra armor on the horsies, not just on the guys. Now this is our Amdur conversion. You can see again some of that freehand on him. So these guys suddenly now they're really starting to get caught up to our other batch of dudes, right? Actually, it's gonna at a certain point it's gonna be a little bit hard for me to tell which ones are which because it's already that they look so much more like the other ones. Next up here with the freehand going like so. This entire freehand, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, about maybe 20 to 25 brush strokes, and boom, freehand done. Less is more. More is, oh, that's the other one I gotta do. Yes, that's the other saying I have to do. Less is more, and more is way too much. We need to make that one of our new Book of Wapo graphics. Let me see if I can get to my much lighter reds here, especially on these little gemstones here. Combination of, again, waiting for those to set a little bit more and thin over thick and vice versa. That's another thing another graphic I gotta make in our new style. Come on, lighter red on the underside of that now. Where's our other guy? Gotta do the same thing. Nice to see you there, Pascal. Everybody, please give Pascal Ruse a follow. And of course, Pascal, if you want to post anything in the chat, please go ahead. So, Pascal, how did it go doing the restart there? That was your painted backdrop, right? You were doing a little bit of a restart on that. I hope that that worked out well because you were sanding it. The last time I saw Pascal, you were sanding that. So I was hoping that you were able to kind of get that back underway again. Nice to see you there, Arid. Nice to see you. So, Irid, if you also want to share your Pinterest links, please go ahead. And of course, Pascal, if you want to share your stuff in the chat, please do that too. Yeah, this is something that, I mean, again, I want to show these up because we did, but here's perfection is the enemy of completion. I just absolutely love these things. Of course, well, think less, do more. Now here, that remember when we're doing our glazes, they're not glazes in the sense like acrylic glazes, right? Because oils, you can't dilute them, you can only thin them. Now we're doing the metal part here, right? We're working on our metals, and metal surfaces always reflect their surrounding. Now, of course, when things started out here, it wasn't long ago, we were in the messy phase. Now we're in the more, shall we say, neater type phase, a little bit less messy. Thanks, Irid. I'll send you. I got. Well, I'm gonna be doing more of these. Obviously, I'm trying to redo all the chapters. Well, that's fantastic, Pascal. Now, of course, surface tension insists that it's the other way around. It's the mortal enemy of perfection is completion. Well, Camda, is it the one true ring? I guess that's the question. Is it the one true ring, or is it just a gummy bear? Pascal. So here's some of the fun stuff that we've been doing. And here's one of my miniatures, which now is kind of walking around doing stuff. Obviously, that was with old pictures of them. I'm going to try and make new pictures of them. And of course, we're adding to our Easterling army. I think the most recent stuff we did was the Kolbes, pikemen and stuff, and then the acolytes. That's it. Yeah, all those acolytes. So yeah, that has been quite the challenge here. So everybody please check out that Pinterest link that Eric and Wife just shared. Also, please give Eric and Wife a follow. So here, yeah, those graphics have been, it's been challenging because, well, sometimes it's a tricksy little hobbit and it doesn't quite, well, sometimes it gets something almost right. So you say, "Ooh, that's perfect. Just leave everything the same, but change this one thing." But then it changes a whole bunch of other things. And you're just like, if you had just left that alone, it would have been perfect. So one thing you kind of learn with this stuff is you only get so many bites at the apple. Eventually, it goes rotten. You can't just keep trying and trying and trying. So I'm glad that you got that kind of figured out there, Pascal. And I guess we're going to try and maybe do a Sunday stream tomorrow or something there, Pascal. Ironically enough, Pascal, the whole reason I'm doing, well, a lot of these were all gifted to me here, so it's kind of like might as well use them. I have them, but I'm trying to create a whole bunch of much larger scenic type army things here for the videos, for the army showcase vids. The one thing I did not have a whole lot of was the pikemen. Now I had printed up a bunch more. I never got a chance to paint those because, well, there was that little incident where GW changed the entire game and, well, wiped out 85% of what I painted. Yep, it's definitely hot here too. It's been in the 90s, or I would say, I'm not sure if 90, 92 degrees is quite 40 degrees centigrade. It's probably like in the high 30s centigrade. Had to walk to the post office. Yeah, we did a little 5 mile hike in the 90 plus degrees there. And being stuck by a train at about the halfway point, that was ironic to say the least. Now, fortunately, since it was so close to rush hour, the train was not quite as long as some of the other ones are. If you get stuck by a train at that same spot during the day, you could be there for 40 minutes. And that is not an exaggeration. Especially since the train basically stops and then starts going backwards. And then maybe when that train is gone, there's another one that just starts coming. And since it's basically sort of a residential area, they have to go real slow. They're maybe moving 20 miles an hour tops, possibly as low as 15. I think. Oh, here, let me get this stuff on the back of his shield there. Now, obviously, well, a lot of the houses there, right? They don't have the AC, so that could uh, that could make things a mite bit miserable. That's the one that I didn't really hear. Let's just again do a little something on the back of these shield. Not doesn't have to be much, but it does need to be a little something there. I mean, it seems to be kind of hot all over the place. One last one here, I think. Yeah, okay, now we'll at least have something on the back of all the shields. There we are. It doesn't have to be anything super fancy. Let me see if I can lighten up these skelly friends a bit there. Maybe a little something later on some of the boots there. You know what? Let me. It's it's so late. I see this and I keep thinking my lizards, because that is a lizard man saurus halberd right there. And I didn't do the conversions on these. These were gifted to me, along with a ton of Harad stuff and a ton of Candice stuff. So our 1,200 points of Candice stuff. Clearly, we needed more, because 1,200 points of Candice. Apparently, that's not enough. So there's more. We'll be doing that. Would be more of an infantry type stuff, which I don't really have for my Candish army. So pretty much everybody's either on horse or in a chariot. Again, just dropping some of this Indian yellow mix over here. I guess now, Pascal, what were some of the modifications there that you were able to make to it to either simplify it or whatever to kind of bring it in line with what you were trying to envision there? I know it was being pesky. You kind of you said, "This is what I'm looking for," and it just wasn't behaving the way you wanted it to. Now, I guess surface tension. Just how much Welshlandic weather did you absorb there? Quite literally. I'm guessing it was. Yeah, definitely share that in the chat there, for sure, so that folks can check that out. Oh, liquid sunshine. That's what we used to call it. Surface tension, liquid sunshine. Okay, I'm gonna roll in some of the orange there. So everybody check out that Discord link that Pascal just shared. And again, everybody please give Pascal a follow because Pascal will, should the weather cooperate, will be potentially streaming on Sunday. That's jacket or no jacket, right? Surface tension. Not amused by that. Let me do some of this here again. More of that over here. Did we do? Okay, we did get our some of our light underneath there. So needless to say, here when I got back, well, actually, I was in such a hurry. I continue. Actually, well, Sectrix is probably asleep now, but he was mentioning that fasting thing, and I realized that when I marched over there, I hadn't eaten in about 12 hours. So then I do the forced march, get back, and then I ended up doing gardening stuff since I was already all sweaty. So I think, speaking of fasting, I must have gone about 15 hours or so. I was a wee bit famished by the time I was able to eat something. Nah, that's okay, Irid. We we pulled out some of the pizza that Armored Wolf had gotten out of the freezer. So at least that was the thing. Yeah, Irid, it gave the pizza time to thaw out. So I could enjoy some delicious birthday pizza again. And Irid, those plants, they're going, man, they are going absolutely bonkers. They are going absolutely bonkers. Earlier in the stream, Arid, we were talking about the for next year. It's a little bit thicker than I want it to be. I want to get those disposable planters, Arid, or the biodegradable ones, right? So that instead of having to yank them out of the pots, I just stuff the pots in the ground and they just kind of degrade and basically become plant food. Yeah, Arid, I gotta get me some of those for next year. I think that would be super helpful. But yeah, I'm kind of targeting maybe end of next week. So maybe either next week or maybe Monday. Let's see. I forget when the 4th of July, what day the 4th of July falls on. It'll be in, well, if it's a streaming day, I'm not going to be streaming until really, 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 really late. Like, well, mostly July 5th. So, for all intents and purposes, there really won't be a 4th of July stream. Because again, in this neighborhood, you got like 3-year-old kids running around with M80s and sticks of dynamite. I mean, again, if it's not a thermonuclear weapon or something like that, like a tactical battlefield nuclear weapon, it's like, pff, it's a sparkler. And that's not just like one person, that's the entire city doing that simultaneously. If you want like a real life experience of what it might have been to fly World War II bombers over hostile airspace, just fly into Midway Airport around the 4th of July. You will see fireworks going over the plane. Yes, the fireworks will be at a higher altitude than you're going to be flying at. And actually, Arid, it's funny. Just as I was reading that, I think my brother might have had those, and he had to remember to do the same thing to, like you say, bust them up as you're putting them in. Otherwise, they get kind of locked in there, like you're saying. Fireworks are illegal in the city of Chicago, surface tension. I mean, seriously, they are. They are 100% illegal, and the entire city is covered in smoke from the illegal fireworks. So yeah, there's all kinds of anti-fireworks ordinances. You can't buy them in the state of Illinois, except where you can buy them in the state of Illinois. I just remember as a kid, all kids had running around with sparklers because back then it's like here this thing will burn at about 3,000 degrees. Stick it in your hand and go run around with it with the other kids. Because again, what could possibly go wrong, right, Irid? Now here we're getting some of our lighter stuff here. Some more of our lighter stuff going on with our gold. Also our little skelly friends here. Ooh, yeah, get some of our lighter stuff on our little free handy stuff right here. I think I forgot to put the little light dot on my red gem there and the other guy. That's fine. We gotta go back and we're gonna be doing greens and violets and other stuff on our metals here. And again, tomorrow's stream, even more gold, even more blue, plus horsies tomorrow. Yes, we've got at least 4 of our cavalry guys to do tomorrow, and there might be one of our special characters. So I've got Amder on foot, so we'll probably paint up him tomorrow as well. Come on, there we go, a little bit more of that. Right, Derbs. Actually, you can check if you want to see just like I have a little glimpse of what it's like. You can see my if you look at my 4th of July posts from last year, you'll get a little slice of what it's like here. Yeah, it is. It's the only other time I've seen quite that much blasted off is while we were at Fort Knox at the artillery range. Actually, even then, that wasn't quite as noisy. Surface tension. Does it? You don't? Do you have any of them that like the corrugated metal buildings there? There was a place we used to go just to. We would hang out there on the 4th of July, and they had a bunch of those corrugated kind of factory type buildings, and the sound of the fireworks bouncing off of those. Man, that it sounds like gunshots, and it really reverbs off of those buildings. So yeah, those if you got those corrugated buildings, the dog's not gonna like that. Yeah, dog's not gonna like those. Mm-mm. Basically, if we wanted to have like sound effects, if we wanted sound effects for like a 40K video or something like that, just record the fireworks sounds. That would probably do a pretty good job of it. So again, doing some of our lighter stuff here on the metals, like you do. I think even just these guys that I've done here, it might, I don't know if it doubles the amount of pikemen that I had. I think I might have had 10, maybe like 10 pikemen, I think. Which again, my normal Easterling army didn't really rely a super, really heavily on pikes, but once the Dragon Emperor thing came along, you kind of had to have lots of those pikes. Where's our Dragon Emperor here? Let's break him out. So yeah, Dragon Emperor, he needs a whole bunch of little buddies with him here. So that's what these guys are for. And again, you can see there's his base. We painted all that on stream. That's also some on the YouTube channel aware. Also too. Durbs, oh gosh, what is it? The Shangri-La of game stores. That would be Games Plus, right? We absolutely love that place. We love the guys there. They tried to help us out when Kathy was sick too and everything. So shout out to the guys at Games Plus. Except that was way too far. I think we would leave here like at 10 o'clock in the morning to try and avoid traffic, and even then, it still took well over an hour just to get there. I used to work at 333 North Michigan. Definitely a lot of interesting history attached to that building. All right, well, have a good one there, Surface Tension. And of course, well, we'll see you on your Sunday, of course. So, of course, thanks for being here, Surface Tension. Appreciate that. Let me get some more of this in here. Man, so that really looks very, very, very different now than it did just a little bit ago. When it looked a little bit more like this here. There, so these guys, I'm gonna keep these guys as those are because I don't quite have enough of the cavalry figs to be able to say, okay, here is this stage, here is that stage. So I'm gonna use those as props tomorrow. But the nice thing is, then I'll just finish those off since we don't quite have. We got the 4 cavalry guys. So see you later, there's surface tension. I mean, the crazy thing is, though, I mean, as many of these guys as I'm painting, there are more. There's probably this many, if not more, printed ones that are waiting to get painted. But we'll get to those too. Also, again, more Easterling buildings. Oh, the other thing you might be seeing here on stream, I think these pieces will fit, is I printed out Orthanc tower and walls. I mean, the entire thing of Orthanc is printed out. And I was kind of hoping that we could maybe paint some like interior stuff. because we only have about 4 or 5 different Sauron miniatures that I painted up. I mean, we've painted Isengard in 2D like 3 times, so might as well do the real deal. And I do think the individual sections of it are small enough to fit on camera. What's interesting, the clever way that Jacob did or think is that you can make it infinitely high. You just keep adding sections to it. And the way he made the sections, there's kind of like there's more bland, like regular sections, and then there's special sections with windows. There's another one with a balcony. So he really gave that one some thought. Yeah, Derbs. Now that's all that stuff is way far north of where I used to be. So I was really always in the South Loop. That is way far north up there. I didn't was not up by the John Hancock building too many times. Oh, you know what? Oh yeah. Okay, here. Let me. Oh, no, let's not get into that. Let's do this. Is this gonna be light enough? I think so. Maybe for some fingers. A little lighter. We will go a little lighter than that. Can't for the fingers here on his glove. Ah, that's what I need on this. Some of this here green. We almost forgot about that. Okay. Now that's sort of tinting it a little bit more towards the green. Ooh, where'd that thing come from? Let's get rid of that. There's a big old blob of lighter stuff on there. Not sure where that all came from. Again, back to some of this here green. It's not going to look like green. It's essentially going to look like a gray. I might even put some of that on the boots too, just for funsies. You know what? Oh, a little bit lighter on the blue here. Let's do that. Let's go a little lighter on the blue. Oh, that might be a little too late for what we're wanting here. Let's see what we got. I got some of the Prussian blue, some of the radiant blue together. And there. So Derbs, well, let's see, I don't know if you were doing stuff downtown in the early 90s when the river sprang a leak. Yeah, when they punched through the one of those old 1800s era train tunnels. And all of the downtown buildings, all of the sub-basements started to fill with water, which was an issue because that's where all the electrical stuff was, and the power to all of downtown was knocked out simultaneously. And that was, most of it was out for almost a week. They were running streetlights on generators. So, yes, instead of the city that works, at that point, it became the city that leaks. It looked kind of like a giant toilet bowl. They were trying to stuff mattresses in there, rocks. They were just dumping things in there, trying to seal up that hole. The original task was to try and put these pilings in that are there to protect all the movable bridges from getting mashed into by boats. This one they didn't. They just didn't know about these tunnels, and well, all that water started coming through those tunnels. because we were sitting in that building. All of a sudden, the entire building lost power. And of course, well, our building being 333 North Michigan, which was built on the site of the original Fort Dearborn, on the top floor was the Tavern Club, still there, which that was owned by Al Capone, which made it interesting that my watercolor teacher had a membership there. And once a year, if you were in the watercolor class, you were treated to a dinner at the Tavern Club on the top floor of the 333 North Michigan. I'm going to try and get a little bit more of this lighter violet in here before I try to get some of the greens over here on our golds. Yeah, there's little brass markings there in the sidewalk that mark the corners of the original Fort Dearborn, which of course that was the first permanent structure in Chicago. Derbs, that sounds like it's going to be fun. Well, I hope you enjoy that. I'm sure that you will. Did I get the... Sort of got the lightest violet on those. Yeah. So greens, green. Now we got this over here. We got this basically kind of oxide green here, which means hyper opaque, which is good. With the oils, a lot of your darker colors are essentially going to be sort of on the translucent side. The opacity, well, that comes from anything that's a lighter color. Why? Because it's got white in there. So that's going to make it more opaque. Okay, we got our green up on it. You know what? I'm going to get some of that over here. Why? Because look, I mean, if it's shiny gold, it would be reflecting all this dark blue marble, which would kind of make it almost green. Well, what do yellow and blue make? They tend to make green. Yes, indeed. So let's get some green in here now. A few places. Like up here. We need it dark there anyways. Maybe a little bit more on this, on his halberd here. Again, that's a lizardman halberd. I didn't do these conversions. I do want to appreciate and offer a thank you to the person that, again, gifted all this stuff to me, because they knew that I would be doing streams with it and everything and be able to show folks things like the gold non-metallic with the oils and such. Now that got way too there, but we're going to cut off some of that with this green here. That's, yeah, some more of it here. Derbs, one of my favorite stories is, of course, well, the Chicago flag. I'll never forget when Kathy first asked, what is that thing doing there? I'm like, that's the Chicago flag. She's like, wait a minute, the city has the flag. I'm like, well, yeah, yours doesn't. Apparently that's not really a thing in most other places. But the design for the Chicago flag, there was a contest. Yeah, there was a citywide contest. And the winning entry, I'm sure this will be totally shocking, that the winning entry was by the mayor. Yes, so the reason why the Chicago flag is the way it is because that's how the mayor designed it, and he won the contest. That's totally shocking, I know. And again, where respiration is not required for representation, that would not be shocking. If you're not getting at least about 125% participation in any election, you know that's a down year for voting. Did we get that dark over there? Yeah, we did get that dark over there. I'm going to throw a little touch more of it right in. Oh, yeah. It's really darken up that edge. There we go. Let's do a little more of our dark along those lines, and they'll sharpen that up too. And then over here on the, well, this side of the halberd, spear, whatever, we got a, there we go. Oh, something crazy down there. Let's get rid of that too. Now let's go a little bit more with the, oh wow. Okay, I guess there must have been some yellow on the brush there. Whoops. Also, look at these big old chunks over here. Now again, that is the downside of the alkyds, is that, well, they dry faster. It means they're drying on your palette too. It's not just drying on the miniature. They're drying over here as well.
Hello, little hobbits. Spark my gun, John.
Thank you so much, Lazy Cure. Appreciate that. Ah, yeah. So, you're back up in Erebor again. He's like, yeah, so what are you doing up here? Wait a minute. You changed clothes. It's like, well, that actually that was like a different me. It's like, you kind of look the same. Yeah, but the other guy died. So, ooh, wait, well, how'd that happen? I thought you were a Maiar. It's like, Balrog issues. Also, don't fight a Balrog with a glow stick and a kitchen utensil. Yeah, that's pro advice right there. Let's see what happens on our big Gandalf 6 for Lazy Cure. What's it gonna be? Ooh, he just does survive. He came close to rolling that one. So thank you so much, Lazy Cure. Appreciate that. Hopefully everybody's having themselves a fantabulous Saturday here. Geez, Cam, I'm trying to think. I mean, this is a cuisine channel. When the heck is the last time I used the air fryer? Man, it's been a while. It's well, we have not had amenable weather for air fryer stuff. I might just take some of the. Oh, that's what I might do. I might just take some of the wood, all the wood that I've pulled out of the garden and everything, and I might use that for a little impromptu barbecue. I might have to do that. Yes. I mean, it's either that or landfills, so might as well just use it instead of using all the charcoal stuff that's got benzene and everything else in it. I mean, that's about as natural as you can get for a barbecue. No propane, no whatever, just some straight up wood. That would, again, is most likely just going to end up in a landfill anyways. Let me do, there we go. That's more like it. Boy, Camda, I really, that's the one thing I have not really had a chance to play around with is Meshi and all that other kind of stuff to try and create essentially STL files of our autocorrect monster that Recoil created that fabulous image for. Oh, actually, Camda, could you do me, well, not, you see, you just earned yourself some homework there, Camda. Could you shoot me a reminder to take uh, Recoil's image there. And actually, oh, here we go, Cam. That we'll make him a channel point thing. Yes, we'll make him a channel point thing. So that way we can not just, okay, here, somebody had something happen. Because I don't always see, like in the chat, where it's like, what the heck is going on with this? So yeah, remind me to make an autocorrect monster chat reward. So that way you can take revenge on the autocorrect monster, Camda. Yes, you can have vengeance on the autocorrect monster. I might as well just mix that with some of my orange there. Now that becomes kind of like a semi-opaque right there. No problem, Cam, that you're probably still more likely to remember that than I am, like tomorrow. Well, if it's past 5 minutes from now, actually, Cam, I probably will have forgotten about that by the end of the stream. You, on the other hand, since you have been victimized more by the autocorrect monster and experienced his cruelty, right, Camda? Actually, Irid, I can shoot you the picture too.
Who enters my domain?
Yeah, Irid, I can send you that picture because I'm sure Rico would not mind it being like on a bunch of different streams. Now we've been joined by another stream, and of course they're here just to create a ruckus. That's all they do wherever they go is they just create a ruckus. That would be Mini Ruckus. How you doing there, Mini Ruckus? So Mini Ruckus, here let's do this. Let's gather these. Let's gather these guys together here. All right, we're gonna zoom out. Let's zoom out so we can see the. Okay, there we go. Well, 4, 5, so 7 of these guys. 5 hours and 31 minutes ago, these guys they looked. They just were dark blue primer. Technically, we've been working on 10 of these guys because that doesn't also show these other ones that we've been using as kind of like step-by-step things right here. So yeah, technically I've been working on 10 miniatures over the last 5.5 hours. So Mini Ruckus, if you want to share anything in the chat, please go ahead and do that. Yeah, Irid, I'll try and shoot you that graphic tomorrow there. Let's get zoomed back in again. Now, so Mini Ruckus, we're adding to our Easterling army here. I mean, that's just a tiny portion of it right there. Also, we will be doing some more of our Easterling buildings. Now, here's some fun stuff that we've created around our Easterling army. Now, you take that image right there. Let's drag out the Dragon Emperor here. Look at this. Recognize that? Look at that right there. So yeah, that is, it took that symbol and we were able to, whoops, make an animation out of it. That was super fun. Now look at this here. So we're going to show you this miniature. Right here we painted this one up on stream. Now we took some old photos of it and we did this. And that is a landscape that I created. You can see it looks a lot like my Easterling buildings. So yeah, that was like a little sample thing that I was doing yesterday. So everybody please give Mini Ruckus a follow. And of course, Mini Ruckus, if you want to share stuff in the chat, please go ahead and do that. So yeah, Mini Ruckus, well, I'm trying to create those army showcase videos. Right, because there's no way to show armies in any kind of pictorial format, just still images. Nobody looks at still images anymore. So I've been writing songs for the armies, all kinds of stuff, again, to be able to create some videos showing off the armies. It's been months and months and months just trying to learn various platforms to try and get to that point. We only recently made some accidental breakthroughs. Quite by accident, believe me, because there are no decent tutorials out there, like at all. No problem there, Mini Ruckus. And again, everybody please give Mini Ruckus a follow if you could. So Camd, yeah, just like again, you have a better chance of remembering than I do. But I think it would be fun to create a chat point reward. so that people can say, "Ah, man, I just got eaten by the autocorrect monster," and then you can hit that, and then we will reveal the autocorrect monster on stream and shame him. Because again, I think that happens to everybody in every single chat. It usually happens when you've typed in something that's pretty clever, right? And you're looking forward to everybody seeing it, especially the person streaming, and then it chews it all up, and it makes no sense to anybody. Oh, I never did get the highlight there on our gem. See you later there, Derbs. Well, hopefully we see it on the stream there on Saturday, where we're going to be painting up lots and lots of cavalry. Because again, we need more of everything for our Easterlings here. Not just more pikemen. And then, believe it or not, I actually have to start painting a bunch more Rohan stuff. Yeah, so we're going to be getting back into Rohan again. Part of it is I have tons of that printed out. Oh, and we're going to be, I guess there's more Harad stuff. Again, there's tons of Harad stuff. As big as my Harad army is, this is probably almost doubling the size of it. More horsemen. Again, another Oliphant. It is gigantic. I need to write a Moria song. Yes. I need to write a Khazad-dûm and a Moria song. That's right. We need a song about the Balrog. And it's not going to be called Benny the Balrog either. That's we we'll write that song another time. Let me get some more of my light going here on his helmet. Boom, there we are. If I can get Beefy Chiefy out here, you can kind of see what it is I'm trying to do. So see these striations there on his helmet? And again, this is when we converted this, sculpted all this stuff on stream. That was originally a Reaper Bones troll. We obviously changed the hands around, and we sculpted a whole bunch of stuff on him here. So have a good night there, Arid. Appreciate you being here, as always. Let me work in some more of this light here. Yeah. And that's got, again, a little bit of green to it there. Okay, we got our reds in there, got our violets. Let me look at some of these other spears here and see if, yeah, that needs a little bit more of our sky blue, I think. Right there. Ah, same over here. We need some darks in here. Where's my Prussian blue again? Look at how it sharpens up the edge of that pike right there. That was getting awful smushy. Ah, some light over here. Dark over here. Again, all that helps to sharpen up all these edges. Sharper those edges are, well, remember, edge contrast is a thing. Right? Because, well, the Book of Wapples says that there's more to contrast than just light versus dark. I mean, there it is. It's written. There's written in the book. Also, that metal surfaces reflect their surroundings. Gonna darken up the top of this shield here. Maybe a little bit of that blue reflecting up here on his helmet there too. Whoops, not up there. Over here. There. That's better. I wonder, is there... Yes, indeed. Okay, we got some red to restore in here. Like right there. I'll take away a little bit of that little highlight thing there. Anything else here with the Prussian blue? Get some of that, a little bit here. I mean, a lot of this is just our original little glazy thing that we did over the top of the that lighter dry brush. That's all it is, some of that stuff. Green, green, green. Let's get to some of our... Well, it's kind of a grayish green here. Now, I might get a little bit more of this light here on the underside of this. On this as well. Okay, oh yeah. Guess we did get some of our light there, but we're missing a little. Yeah, gotta get a little something more over here. Down the center of that, we need more on the edge of this. And these can't be super dark here either. Again, that's basically metal reflecting off of metal right there. Kind of acting like a bit of a mirror. Got a little touch of our reddish brown here, maybe on some of the boots there. We got to get some Prussian blue, a little bit of our indigo, because that can be darker, and then we have to get something here on the pants. So let's look at a couple of these guys, see if that is something I need to do. Is to build that kind of dark back in. Some of that dark over here. So again, let's see, what are we at? 5 hours, 44 minutes. So well under 1 hour per figure. Because again, technically, we've been working on 10 of these guys. So now you're looking at more like 35-ish minutes per figure. And again, that's courtesy of the oil paints. We've been using the oils all along. No zenithal primer, nothing like that. Just the oil paints, no airbrush stuff, just the hairy sticks and the oil paint. That is it. Is that okay? That's not going to be too light. Is this the? Yeah, that is one that we've been using there. We'll just. I was thinking of putting some more of the weight out there, but we got this over here. We'll use this again. I gotta. You can see I gotta break down some of that big old chunk right there. Breaking down that, but gee whiz, that is the one thing again about the alkids is that they'll get kind of gummy on the palate if they've been sitting there too long. You can kind of mitigate that by putting the little dot of thinner on there. That really does a good job of that. I think I probably need to get some of my dark back in there. Oh, also here we need a one of those little blasts of lighter stuff here. Something like that. Now here, let's go down like that. Also over here. Oh yeah, those need to be definitely lightened up right here. Yeah, I think I need to get a little, oh yeah, definitely some light on the top of this thing here. We're really missing that, and then maybe some down here too. These Easterling pikes are really bizarro, super complex shape there. Now again, our cataphracts, we've got those all prepped and ready to rock and roll. So, yep, cataphracts tomorrow. And I think what we'll do those for, and again, there's a couple of the infantry character type miniatures that didn't get to, plus those other couple of guys that I'm going to be saving as sort of our step-by-step examples there. All right, a little bit more, yeah, right there. I want. No, I think we can do. Oh, this. There we go. Now we got a little bit of a sharper edge on that. Kind of lost the edge there. Back to the dark here to try and just draw in some shape there or something. Let's see what we can do with this. Bit of dark there. there too, and then this actually has to be changed over to our blue. So let's do that. Lighter blue. And now that makes a little more sense there. That was not making much sense before. Nah, that's a little too late. A little too late. Let's back off of that a little. Okay. I can live with that. A little something lighter blue on the leg there. Maybe a little lighter blue over here too. Now this guy, that's where we put all that darker blue. I think now that is set enough, we can start working back at least some kind of mid-range blue there. Not sure how much lighter I would want to go on that because that kind of sort of is in shadow there. Here's another part where some mid-range blue at least is required there. Yep, that was missing there. I think we sort of got a little bit of the lighter blues there on his leg. Enough, I guess. A little bit. Oh yeah, this also here again needs to be not that gold color. Gonna sneak a little bit of the blue on the helmet right there. Do we have reflected? I think we have some. Yeah, we have some reflected light on the bottom here. The crazy thing about the old GW plastic kit that originally these guys came in, they shorted you on pikes. Because first of all, the rules were different, but at that time, the original Easterlings were, a lot of them were, the metal ones were pikes. So in the plastic sprue, they said, well, they got plenty of metal pikes. Let's give them swords and bows and arrows. And pretty much the last thing you want in your Easterling army is a bunch of bows and arrows. That's not really what they do. I mean, a couple of them, I guess, can be sort of helpful here and there. But yeah, otherwise, not really super helpful. So there was really, a guy with a sword, you can sort of convert him to have a pike, but a guy with a bow and arrow, especially the way the sculpts were, you weren't converting that. Either I'd be like the most unusual pike wielding guy ever. So yeah, that didn't quite. That box was never that easy to utilize as an Easterling player. Which is why for all of the pikes that are here, there's just as many bow guys. I don't think I'll be painting up a bunch of those. We'll be saving those for tutorial videos where I need a bunch of figures, maybe for like staining tests or something like that on new paints or whatever. So I think that's what we'll save those for. Even some of the Harad stuff will probably be saved for that, like the infantry guys especially. Because doing those staining tests, you really need to do them on a miniature. It can't just be like an object. Now, of course, the staining test, that is for our pre-glaze method, like we did on those Zygamores. And that would be these guys here. Crazy fungus people, or as we call them, the truffleites. So these had actual pre-glaze on them. Back to my purple-ish color here. Nope, too dark, too dark. I need something like in between. Maybe this will do it. Yeah, that'll do it. Uh, Violet. We get some of the violet on these, I think. Oh, yeah, here we go. On the helmet there, because again, this would reflect. That would reflect up onto the helmet. That's what we're trying to do there. Up here, more edge cleanup. Put you over there. Oh yeah, that should be purple there. Now this crazy opening here. We need a dark. Okay, that is makes his helmet make a little more sense there. Now what about up here? Also, yeah, see there's a darker edge. We're kind of missing on that. We did on the other side, not on that side. Up here too. Here we're fighting a mold line. Of course, that's not really something we have to do with 3D prints. But here we're going to have to deal with some mold lineage. But I think here as, well actually now as we're getting towards 6 hours on this stream and it's getting to be close to 5 a.m. here, I think we are going to start doing the thank yous. Thank you to Armored Wolf for doing all the moderations. Appreciate all the bits and the subs and the follows and the cheers and the raids. And of course, again, we're going to be back at this again just in a matter of hours. Doing some more of our Easterlings here. Even more gold, non-metallic metal, of course. We will do a little bit of a review here. So again, technically we were working on 10 of these guys. We are just going to zoom out here so we can kind of gather together the troops. As yes, all the marble, all the freehand on the shields, all the non-metallic. There's 7 of them there, plus the other 3 that we were also working on that we're saving for tomorrow, just as an example. So again, we have the little freehand on the shield there. Let's zoom back in here real quick, like marble on all of the bases. We had to do that again on our cav. Again, we got all this gold here. We got the same shield here. We got to get the same shapes on there as well. So thanks so much, everybody. I really do appreciate this. We're going to start our raid countdown because it takes a few minutes there. So there we go again. Be back here again for a whole bunch more of our Goldie goodness there. So thanks so much, everybody, and we'll see you on Saturday.